Hello, what's up, everybody? How is everyone doing today? I don't know what date it is. Wednesday, I think. Something like that. Let's see. Cesar, thank you for the tier 3 66 month. That's not even a resub, that's a legacy right there. 66. Been around for a long time. We'll do it like that. Since he was a small boy. I don't think I was ever a small boy. Hello? Game? There it is. I don't know why it took so long. What's up, UC Top? How are you doing? It was something that I saw, like, was it yesterday or earlier today? It was something that I saw and I was like, oh, that's something that we should be talking about on stream. It was something, probably saw it on social media, right? I don't know. I don't remember. It was something where I was like, you know, I'm not even sure it had to do with gaming in general. But I remember it made me feel like, you know, yet another step towards the eventual new Dark Ages. I don't think I'm familiar with that meme, Anktar. Actually. I used to be a teacher. I liked Wednesdays. They were short days. Wednesdays always felt like the worst was over. But I think that's a very teaching specific thing. And also, like, when you're teaching younger kids, you have like Wednesday afternoon free. I want this. I wonder if it's a real panel or not, or if they replaced the text. It could be a real panel, but I've only read those in French, so I wouldn't know. Also, they've aged pretty poorly, some of them. Very famously, some of them have aged pretty poorly. But I used to love them when I was a kid. Obviously, I think the Moon one was one of my favorite when I was a kid. The one where they go find a pirate treasure in the depths of the ocean also was one of my favorite. Those were fine, I think. Even in retrospect, I don't think they were too bad. The B-side. Yeah. Anyway, I really don't have anything to say. I'm in a pretty foul mood so far, so I don't know. I'm trying to shut up as to not say things I will regret. One of those days. Yeah, no, the panel I'm pretty sure I recognize. Like I've seen this panel before. It's very memorable, I think. But I can't remember. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what it was about. There was this, I wonder if it's from that one where there's like a meteor coming from the Earth. Like they learn about it and they think they're all gonna die. And that might be the reaction of the captain. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure it was a regular character at that point. Now that I think about it. I don't know. I'm a bit, you know, unsure about my Tintin lore. Hope Mass Effect and the stream can help. I'm sure Mass Effect will be great. The stream itself, I don't know. Part of the reason why I'm so in such a foul mood. Something about opium and him being an honest man having been tricked. I don't have the context for it. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, my tinted collection was spotty. I didn't have I had a few of them, but I didn't have like the whole thing. So. Oh, I don't think that was the thing that I was thinking about earlier that I wanted to mention, but I do remember I saw a thread on Reddit just earlier when I was starting the stream. Someone asking, have you ever found a memorable lore entry in a video game? That was the question of the thread. And I was like, have you ever found a memorable lore entry in a video game? How are you playing games if that's a question you ask that way? Have you ever not found a memorable lore entry in a game? I mean, I guess if all you're playing is Call of Duty, maybe not, but... It was like I'm, you know, no matter what I'm playing, I'm finding one every day. I get it, not everyone plays games the same way. We all play different games. It's fine. That's why people think Expedition 33 is a good game. Speaking of which, I played Fortnite for the first time yesterday. That was an experience. I somehow had never touched that game before and somehow decided to install it in 2026, which... I don't know why I would do such a thing, but it's actually pretty fun. Though I'm pretty positive that I've only been placed in bot lobbies so far as a new account, because I won both matches. I'm pretty sure those were only bots. I'm like 2 for 2. I should stop playing Fortnite now. I've never died in the game. But yeah, what a weird game. It feels less like a game and more like a sort of advertisement platform in a way. Like you get bombarded by stuff to buy and passes, and even like when you're in the middle of a game, you unlock stuff that's only like related to out of the game cosmetics and whatever, and I'm like, this is so weird. This should wait until the end of the game. I don't need to get notified about unlocks right now when I'm in the middle of the game. It's so strange. But outside of that, you know, the game itself is pretty fun. It's more fun than I expected it to be. Oh yeah, you shouldn't. Nobody should. I'm doing it so you don't have to. No, I don't know. I was feeling like, for whatever reason, like a week ago, I was remembering when the Happy Hub was playing Warzone. He was using that as a way to run away from playing Souls games, and for whatever reason, I thought about that, and I went to look for videos on YouTube, and there's one of his challenges which was winning 7 Warzone games in the span of like a month or something. I don't know exactly what the context was at the time, but that series of 7 games is on YouTube, and I was watching it and I was like, I like playing a BR now for whatever reason. Also, I've been in an extraction shooter mood lately, you know, played a bunch of Marathon and all that, so I was, you know, it's not too far from that sort of space. Adjacent game genres for sure. And I was like, yeah, I would love to play a BR. And then I looked into it, and looked into Warzone, Apex, and none of them allow for solo play. I don't know why. Not enough players, I guess, when it comes to Warzone, and Apex is designed around teams, so I get that. Fortnite seemed to be the only one where you could actually play by yourself. I figured I would give it a try. It's less pressure than Marathon. I love extraction shooters. Marathon's incredible, but it is a little exhausting because there's so much pressure all the time in that game. Playing something that's a little more casual is refreshing. Anyway, let's play a little bit of video game. I don't know. I feel like today's gonna be a short one, but we'll see how it goes. I didn't turn off the stream in the first 10 minutes, so at least play a little bit of Mass Effect. Make it count.
Yes, Commander?
Anything new?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we did a major story mission yesterday. And we had some stuff to get out of the way. Some housekeeping to do on the ship.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, sir.
Legger, thank you for the Prime 29. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Trying Forza 6, maybe 2 arcade. Yeah, it seems alright. Oh, Jesus, what have I done? Can I replicate that? Yep. What the fuck? Joker? we have a gravity issue in our ship in this particular spot. New dance move? They're actually better than the dance moves in the Citadel. Oh god, am I actually stuck? Okay. Woo! Everybody runs out of the tunnel and keeps running except for Shepard's already exhausted. Nobody comments on that. I'm not sure what you mean. Nobody comments on that. I didn't comment on it. I mean, I'm constantly talking about how Shepard's unable to run for more than 5 meters, so maybe I felt like that wasn't planned. I didn't need to address it again. Prothean Cipher. The Prothean beacon downloaded its knowledge into Lieutenant Commander Shepard on Eden Prime, causing confusing dreams and visions. While the imagery is becoming clearer with time, the meaning of the beacon communication remains elusive. It has been suggested that Prothean data recording is highly dependent on a certain point of view. What oh my god, we're bringing Carl Jung. Carl Jung described as the collective unconscious. The cipher needed to comprehend the images implanted in Shepard's mind is the cultural knowledge of a Prothean, the archetypes, biological instincts, common experiences universal to the race. Since the Protheans have been dead for millennia, it may be impossible to acquire this cipher. I mean, one of my favorite video games of all time is very much inspired by Jung. Is Xenogears. So, I don't know. I'm not against the idea. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Fear the Dawn. Shepard's really out of shape, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so not that much new codex, no new upgrades. I'm gonna talk to Joker, see if Joker has anything to... There's new... Those are new things to observe, isn't it? Weapons Guardian. A ship's general area defense integration anti-space network, Guardian, consists of anti-missile, anti-fighter laser turrets, the exterior hull. Because these are under computer control, the gunnery control officer needs to do little beyond turn the system on and designate targets as hostile. Since lasers move at light speed, they cannot be dodged by anything moving at non-relativistic speed. Unless the beam is aimed poorly, it will always hit its target. In the early stages of a battle, the Guardian fire is 100% accurate. It is not 100% lethal, but it doesn't have to be. Damaged fighters must break off for repairs. Lasers are limited by diffraction. The beam spreads out, increasing the energy density watts per meter squared. The weapon can place on a target, decreasing the energy density the weapon can place on a target. Any high-powered laser is a short-ranged weapon. Guardian networks have another limitation: heat. Weapon-grade lasers require cooldown time, during which heat is transferred to sinks or radiators. As lasers fire, heat builds within them, reducing damage range and accuracy. Fighters' attacks in swarm. The first few will be hit by Guardian, but as the battle continues, the effects of laser overheat allow the attackers to press ever closer to the ship. Constant use will burn out a laser. Guardian lasers typically operate in infrared frequencies. Shorter frequencies would offer superior stopping power and range, but degradation of focal arrays and mirrors would make them expensive to maintain, and most prefer mechanical reliability over bleeding-edge performance where lives are concerned. Salarians, however, use near-ultraviolet frequency lasers with 6 times the range, believing that having additional time to shoot down incoming missiles is more important. Lasers are not blocked by the kinetic barriers of capital ships. However, the range of lasers limits their use to rare knife fight range ship-to-ship combat. What's up, Shepard? Alright, let's see. It's interesting that there's all these things to observe to get a new codex, but the game sort of gates them. Like, those were, as far as I can tell, they weren't available earlier. I would have noticed them. They're pretty obvious, right? So which means the game makes sure you don't get too overwhelmed by data. I think it's good. That's good. Dispersal of heat generated by onboard systems is a critical issue for a ship. If it cannot deal with heat, the crew may be cooked within the hull. Radiation is the only way to shed heat in a vacuum. Civilian vessels utilize large, fragile radiator panels that are impossible to armor. Warships use diffuse radiator arrays, DRA. Ceramic strips along the exterior of the armored hull. These make the ship appear stripped. Thermographic sensors. Since the arrangement of the strips depend on the internal configuration of the ships, the patterns for each vessel are unique and striking. On older ships, the DRA strips could become red, white-hot, dubbed tiger stripes or war paint by humans. The glowing DRA has a psychological impact on pirates and irregular forces. Strip radiators are not as efficient as panels, but if damaged by enemy fire, the ship only loses a small portion of its total radiation capacity. In most cases, a vessel's DRA alone allows it to cruise with no difficulties. Operations deep within a solar system can cause problems. A ship engaged in combat can produce titanic amounts of heat from maneuvering, burns, and weapon fire. When fighting in a high heat environment, warships employ a high-efficiency droplet heat sink. In a droplet system, tanks of liquid sodium or lithium absorb heat within the ship. The liquid is vented from spray nozzles near the bow as a thin sheet of millions of micrometer scale droplets. The droplets are caught at the stern and recycled into the system. A droplet system can sink 10 to 100 times as much heat as the RA strips. That's a pretty interesting system. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think about the actual practicality of it outside of a sci-fi context, but droplet sheets resemble a surface ship's wake through the water. The wake peels out in sharp turns, spreading a fan of droplets as the ship changes vectors and leaves the coolant behind. Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of. I don't know if it's something that comes down to writing or something that comes down to just pacing or just general design, but yeah, not every game gets that sense of, you know, delivering information in a way that is not overwhelming. That is true. Oh, I did open my notes. I don't think I have anything of value in my notes, but I didn't open them. Yeah, there's a few places we need to go back to unlock stuff. That out. Right. Joker.
I prefer gold to silver, you know, for my medal. I figured you'd recommend me for one since I pulled your boots out of the fire.
You sure you want that? Earning medals is hard. That's not why I'm here. You sure you want that?
If we present you with a medal, you'll end up sitting on stage listening to politicians make speeches for a couple of hours. Fun.
That's a good point. They'd probably make me shave, too. I spent the last 7 weeks working on this baby. No medal's worth that. So, Commander, why don't you tell me why you're really here?
It is Seth Green, yes. Alright, he wants a medal. I'm assuming none of this is going to be new, right?
How's the Normandy performing? Is
She's the best ship. Balance. The Normandy's probably too much ship.
I have to go.
Alright, see ya.
Alright, see ya. I was wondering if maybe like the ship status report could change, but it doesn't seem like it does, at least not for now. What is that? Gunnery station. More codex. Ooh, primary this time.
Faster than light, ship mobility dominates space combat. The primary objective is to align the mass accelerator along the bow with the opposing vessel's broadside. Battles typically play out as artillery duels, fought at ranges measured in thousands of kilometers, though assaults through defended mass relays often occur at knife fight ranges, as close as a few dozen kilometers. Most ship-to-ship engagements are skirmishes between patrol vessels of cruiser weight and below, with dreadnoughts and carriers only deployed in full-scale fleet actions. Battles in open space are short and often inconclusive, as the weaker opponent typically disengages. Once a ship enters FTL flight, the combat is effectively over. There are no sensors capable of tracking them or weapons capable of damaging them. The only way to guarantee an enemy will stand and fight is to attack a location they have a vested interest in, such as a settled world or a strategically important mass relay.
Okay. Wait, wasn't there... I feel like the game mentioned something about them being more visible in FTL because of the light they emanate. Maybe not? I'm misremembering already. I mean, I do get the idea that, yeah, I mean, you know, you will notice them move away, you notice the flash or whatever is happening, but then you can't really track them, right? Yeah. Weaker opponent typically disengage.
Faster-than-light drives use Element 0 cores to reduce the mass of the ship, allowing higher rates of acceleration. This effectively faster-than-light. Biotics is the ability of rare individuals.
I wish it wouldn't play unless I press a play button after it plays the first time, for instance.
Biotics is the ability...
Because I hate navigating the codex and having the thing start playing every time. Oh, it was something else. And so much stuff in that codex. Oh, you can navigate the codex like that. That's interesting. What's up, Locust? What's up, DJ? What's up, Soro?
Combat hard.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Wait, is that new? I thought that was the same as this one. Hell. The game's giving me too much information now. Space combat, combat endurance. Heat limits the length and intensity of ship-to-ship combat. Starships generate enormous heat when they fire high-energy weapons, perform maneuvering burns, and run onboard combat electronics. In combat, warships produce heat more quickly than they can disperse it. As heat builds within a vessel, the crewed spaces become increasingly uncomfortable. That's like my room when I'm streaming. Before the heat reaches lethal levels, a ship must win or retreat by entering FTL. After an FTL run, the ship halts, shuts down non-essential systems, and activates the heat radiation gear. Combat endurance varies by ship design and by battle location. Battles in the deep cold of interstellar space can go on for some time. Engagements close to a star are brief. Since habitable worlds are usually close to a star, battles over them are frantic. Very cool. We're getting a window time yet? I don't know. Tonight might be the first, actually. I'm not entirely sure yet. It was pretty warm earlier today. Right now it feels okay, but with the computer, the temperature might go up, so we might have our first window time in a couple hours. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna check my room. There's been nothing new in my room. Expecting maybe to be able to communicate from my computer with the, I don't know, Captain Anderson or something. Doesn't look like that's a thing. Come on, Kaiden. Don't just give me the long eye contact this time. Tell me something new. This is so every time.
Anything you need, Commander?
Looking for personal input and tactical appraisal. Let's see. There's been a new mission. Hopefully there's a different dialogue this time. It's playful.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
Is this an official evaluation, Commander? Or off the record?
That's new. Give me your thoughts off the record. Speak your mind. Yeah, off the record. Sure.
Alright. Let's label it officially off the record. Got something on your mind?
Straight up, there's something wrong with all of this. This Saren is looking for records on some kind of galactic extinction, but we can't get backup from the Council? Sorry, Commander. There's writing on the wall here, but someone isn't reading it.
I mean, yeah, it is suspicious, but I don't know. I don't know if it's just the council being incompetent, or if they're trying to not cause a panic, or if they're in cahoots with Saren. In which case, why did they send us after him as a Spectre? Are they trying to save face? I think it's just, I think personally my take on this is that it's just another case of underestimating the threat. It's like, you know, the 5 kingdoms and the Five Kingdoms, 7 kingdoms, I don't remember, and the White Walkers, right? Or, you know, mankind and global warming and climate change. It's the same thing. We're just completely underestimating what's going on, right? And only when the cities will be burning will we start to be like, oh shit, we have to do something. Kaiden looks like Mark Ruffalo. I don't really see Mark Ruffalo. I see someone else. I see, hold on, I need to see his face again. There was, the other day I was like, his face reminds me of someone. Not Mark Ruffalo though. I mean, I don't think you're completely wrong. I see what you see, but it's... What do you expect me to do? Don't worry about it. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
The council doesn't want to believe anything's wrong. I'd call it human nature, but...
I hear you. It just seems like a group that's been around as long as the council should see this coming. Sorry if I got too informal. Protocol wasn't a big focus back in Bot.
Bot? I'm not sure if we learned what Bot is. Biotic something, probably. Training. Biotic something and training, maybe. I don't know, I think he looks like an old Ian Somerhalder, maybe. Or current Ian Somerhalder. He's pretty old. He's pretty old right now, right? Probably like almost 50 at this point. Maybe not? I don't know. How old is that nerd? Yeah, it's probably 50. 45, 40, 45, 50. But it could, yeah, maybe a young Mark Ruffalo? Hold on. Young Mark Ruffalo. What the hell? Those eyebrows were lethal, man. He looked like quite a nerd. Yes, PT, very, but what can you do? Most games don't allow for the right amount of thickness. I'm used to it. What is what you can? Yeah, but I don't play with mods. That's the problem. I play the game as the devs intended, and then I complain about it if necessary. I think my Shepherd looks great. I'm very happy with it. Despite the, you know, the lack of girth. What did they train you for?
Tell me about it.
Biotic acclimation and temperance didn't
that's what it
last
is.
past the airlock. To the kids they hauled in, it was brain camp. Sorry, hauled in is unkind. We were encouraged to commit to an evaluation of our abilities so an understanding of biotics could be compiled. There are worse results of accidental exposure to element zero in the womb. Beats the brain tumors some kids grew up with.
We're finally getting a little bit out of Kaiden. That's great. Brain camp, huh? Sound great. You doubt it was accidental? What's the survivor rate? Damn corporations. That would be real Daniel's response right there. But Daniel Shepard, you know, he's in charge of a military crew. He needs to be a little more composed, I guess. You doubt it was accidental?
Is there some question about how you were exposed?
My mother was downwind of a transport crash. It was before there were human biotics, a little after the discovery of the Martian ruins. It only gets iffy around 63 when Kinetics was running out of first-gen subjects. Until then, they'd relied on accidentals. A bunch of guys in suits show up at your door after school, and next thing you know, you're out on Jump Zero.
Sounds very MK Ultra type deal. Jump Zero friends intentional exposures. Hopefully we can question everything. Let's start with Jump Zero.
Jump Zero is Gagarin Station, right? What's it like?
Yeah, that's the official name. Biggest and farthest facility we had for decades. Right on the termination shock, the outer edge of the solar system. It's where they did all the Goose Chase FTL research before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there.
Go over that again.
Jump Zero is Gagarin Station, right? What's it like?
Yeah, that's the official name. Biggest and farthest facility we had for decades. Right on the termination shock, the outer edge of the solar system. It's where they did all the Goose Chase FTL research before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there.
Friends.
There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there.
That's true. We did have a little circle that'd get together every night before lights out. We didn't have much to do, though. It was a research platform then, and Kinetics kept Jump Zero off the extranet to prevent leaks.
Time to talk then? Time to get physical then? What? I'm not sure what that means in this context. Yeah, the quotation marks is like, I mean, even without that, I'm not sure what it means in this context. I guess a more aggressive way of saying, you know, to come out with it, but I don't know. Maybe it's my lack of mastery of the English language, but I don't get it. Not sure. Let me read that again, just to make sure I didn't miss anything.
There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there.
That's true. We did have a little circle that'd get together every night before lights out. We didn't have much to do, though. It was a research platform then, and Kinetics kept Jump Zero off the extranet to prevent leaks.
My assumption is that time to talk means, you know, let's expose whatever was going on, but I'm not sure if that's what the implication is.
Then you must have had plenty of time to get to know each other.
Yeah, we'd sit around and bull every night after dinner. Play
Oh,
cards, network
I
games.
completely misread that.
There
Okay.
was this girl named Rana.
Okay.
Had a little circle grow up around her. She was from Turkey. Her family was very rich. But she was smart and charming as hell. Beautiful. But not stuck up about it. I think you'd have liked her.
We need to go through that whole thing again because I completely misread the response. I was on a completely different... Okay, it makes more sense now. Alright, let's go back to the beginning of the conversation. Let's rewind.
There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there.
That's the beauty of those old
That's
school
true.
dialogue
We did have a
systems.
little circle that'd get together every night before lights out. We didn't have much to do though. It was a
Right.
research
So they didn't have much to do. They didn't have
Convenience
access
kept
to the
Jump Zero
internet or
off the
whatever.
internet.
So they had
Event
time
links.
to talk, right? You had time to talk then. Because, like, time to talk then. Again, that's why I wish this game was offered complete sentences. So that I could know exactly what I'm saying. Time to talk, time to get physical, okay, with the other kids at the... That's kind of a weird thing to say, and, you know, we're professionals on a mission right now. Time to get physical. Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, I was thinking of the song Playful. I didn't understand why I was getting at. You know, it to me, like the way I was understanding it is that time to talk, you know, about the things that happened there. Because there's the mention of preventing leaks. And so that tuned my brain into there, you know, there's something to expose there. So my brain was in a completely different frequency than what the conversation was actually about there. So then you had time to talk. Yes. Let's go about that again.
Then you must have had plenty of time to get to know each other.
Right.
Yeah, we'd sit around and bull every night after dinner, play cards or network games. There was this girl named
What a bunch of
Rana
nerds.
who had a little circle grow up around her. She was from Turkey. Her family was very rich. But she was smart and charming as hell. Beautiful. But not stuck up about it. I think you'd have liked her.
Well, I mean, I don't know. She sounds great. Has money. She's from Turkey. You know, they're typically very beautiful women there. Network games, yeah. I too was playing network games in the late 90s. Did you love her?
Sounds like she was special to you.
She was. Maybe she felt the same. But things never felt together. Training, you know.
Oh, that's sad. Wonder if we can maybe find her in the game. Maybe she could be an NPC somewhere. Intentional exposures.
You know of any intentional exposures for certain?
No one knows. Doesn't mean they didn't happen. As big as the exposures were, it was hard to track down accidentals. It was different then. No one knew the potential, so there wasn't a lot of regulation. Anything Kinetics did was gold. I'm not saying they intentionally detonated drives over our outposts, but in retrospect, they were damn quick on the scene.
I mean, I guarantee you they intentionally tried to create biotics for sure. Like, there's no way they wouldn't. I can recommend my girlfriend, but sadly she's taken. Oh, is she Turkish? Well, hey, if you ever break... No, I'm kidding. I wish you the best. Sounds rough. Go on.
Jump Zero is a long way from home. What was it like?
The Grand Gateway to Humanity looks a lot better in the vids. But that's my own baggage, Commander. No bearing on this.
I mean, you never know. I'll decide that. You can talk to me, you know. I mean, you never know. You never know. I think what our crew's going through and their personal mindsets and all that does have a bearing on the mission, but you never know.
It's a big galaxy, Lieutenant. Who knows what will come in handy?
If you say so, sir. Besides, I've got my past squared away.
Okay. Well, that was a nice conversation.
Anything you need, Commander?
Tactical appraisal.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Dr. Tassoni. Seems like a sweet girl. Easy on the eyes.
Okay.
I mean, if you like the bookish sort.
Okay, you did not need to add that. That's like the most backhanded compliment I've ever seen in a video game, probably. Easy on the eyes if you like the bookish sort. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Liara. I think she strikes me as, I mean, again, she's 106, but as she said herself, she's barely more than a child. Like, she strikes me as a very, you know, adolescent personality, I guess, which I don't know. She's an interesting character, I'll say that. Yeah. What's up, Friar? How are you doing? What kind of tactics are we appraising here? If you like the bookish sword, do you or oh, I do? Oh my god, this is so weird. Do you?
Any intentions there, Lieutenant?
No, Commander. Just art appreciation.
Well, okay, she's a person though. Okay, Kaiden.
We'll
Goodbye.
talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
We have the objectifier, we have the racist. Is anyone normal on this crew? We have a codex entry. Let's see. Oh god, we have several codex entries. Gagarin Station. Gagarin Station is the largest deep space station built by humanity, a Bernal sphere design with a 500-meter diameter habitable area. Was constructed beyond Pluto, nearly 80 astronomical units, 12 billion kilometers from Sol. Moving crew and material to this location bankrupted most of the backers. Gagarin was placed at the inner edge of the heliopause, the point at which the solar winds can no longer push back the interstellar medium. It was built to test a number of faster-than-light drives, principles that theoretically could only occur in interstellar space. The station was nicknamed Jump Zero, as it was intended to be the jumping-off point for humanity's expansion into the galaxy. Shortly after the station was completed, the Prothean ruins were discovered on Mars, rendering the effort moot. That's unfortunate. For everyone who invested in it, I guess. After struggling to make a profit for a decade, Gagarin was sold to the Systems Alliance in 2159 for a fraction of its construction cost. The Alliance refurbished it as a research and training center for the recently discovered biotic phenomenon. In 2169, the Biotic Acclimation and Training Program was shut down and Gagarin became a general research facility. Its remote location and intentional isolation from the extranet makes it popular for dangerous research, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence. Humanity's first stable AI, the Alliance-sponsored ELIZA, achieved sapience at Gagarin in 2172. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to be something we need to go to and explore at some point. I would be pretty excited to see that station. Today, Gagarin Station has a permanent population of approximately 9,000. A plan has been proposed to move it to the gravitationally stable barycenter point between Pluto and the Charon Relay, allowing it to serve as a gateway facility between Sol and Arcturus system. The high cost of safety moving its mass has delayed this indefinitely. Why does the name Arcturus sound so familiar? Oh! StarCraft 2. The Emperor or whatever in StarCraft 2. The leader of the Terrans, I think. What's called Arcturus. Mensk? Mensk? I don't remember. Arcturus something. Man, StarCraft 2 was such a great game when it came out. The first game too, of course, but the second game was a lot more meaningful for me. Arcturus Mensk. That was his name. Yeah. From StarCraft. Biotic implants and amplifiers only provide the potential to create coherent Mass Effect fields. Whether biotics can actually do so is largely determined by their training. Biotics must develop conscious control over their nervous system, sending specific electrical impulse to the element 0 nodules embedded in their nerves. They're taught to use their implants and amps with biofeedback devices and physical mnemonics. Specific gestures or muscle movements fire the proper sequence of nerves to activate a certain skill. That sounds a lot. It's funny that what that reminds me of is the VR, like the gestures you do with certain VR headset, like the Quest 3, I think. Like you know, you can do like gestures in the air and it controls the thing. That's what that reminds me of, for whatever reason. Like I feel like that's gonna be a thing in the future. We'll have like smart homes where you do a certain gesture and it, you know, you could like, let's say you have a smart home and your room is, you know, like there's like detectors or something, and you can do like this in the air and that would like turn up the volume of your stereo, or you can do this and it would shut, you know, turn the lights off or something. I feel like that's a thing that might exist in the future. Not even that far away, I don't think. Sort of, you know, remote controlling things with just gestures. I want a smart home voiced by Morgan Freeman. Italians will hate it. Yeah, every time you do that, it plays soothing music so that everyone calms down. Because clearly you're in the middle of an argument, you know? What's up, Rob? How are you doing today? I don't know if I said hi twice, but... You would think so, Engthar, but you know what? We said the same thing about mobile phones. And I know you know, we said the exact same thing about mobile phones back when touchscreens started becoming a thing. Oh, they'll never completely remove buttons, you know, we need that feedback. Well, so much for that. I do personally, I agree with you. I think tactile feedback is very important. I just, you know. It's very hard to stop progress. Unfortunately, sometimes. I just saw the other day. Oh, was that what I wanted to talk about when I said at the beginning of the stream I saw something? Yeah, that might have been it actually. I saw that like yesterday, I think. Apparently Google is shifting its strategy for its search engine to favor AI generated content now. Not just like giving you the AI short version of whatever you're searching, but like it's gonna push AI generated content at the top of the search functions. I'm not sure exactly what the purpose of that is. probably, you know, pushing stuff that's generated by its own algorithm. I don't know. What's up, Hubs? I don't mind like the, you know, like I don't necessarily hate the little AI summary you get when you do a search, because it's pretty quick to scroll by if you actually want to search for something more specific. And if you're just looking for a very quick answer to something, it can be quite, it's fast, right? Like it's the immediately get an answer for, if it's something simple, like a, I don't know, a date or a random little fact about something, it's generally okay for, you know, unimportant stuff, right? But then obviously if I want like some actual research on a topic or something a bit more in depth, I like the first links to be something I'm looking for, not advertisements or, you know, condensed nonsense, right? Yeah, exactly. Like little summary can sometimes, it's fine, right? Sometimes I don't need to go further. If I'm looking for like, when did that movie release, or who's that actor that played that one character, most of the time it's fine, right? I rarely find fault in it. But yeah, it's not always, I think it's one of those things, Anktar, and like, you know, the more specific the information you're looking for, the more there's a chance, because it generates those summaries by digging into, I don't know, like Reddit threads or forum conversations or whatever, especially if you're looking for something that's more of an opinionated thing, right? It's gonna look into like user created content, so it's quite unreliable in that sense. For me, like my most common use for it is finding who is the actor that plays a certain character, or like the release date of something, and for that it's generally pretty okay. Number of time people call my work thinking we're another company because they googled it and clicked the first sponsored. Yeah, okay, listen, I think I hate sponsored links more than I hate the AI summary. And those have been around for much longer. Fucking hate that shit. Yeah, Glegor, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, like we've had that conversation many times before, but AI as a helping tool for like menial tasks or stuff that's annoying to do or whatever, I have no problem with that. My main problem with AI is mostly like art generation. That's the part that annoys me. And then obviously, again, like research and information, I guess, like specific research and information. I think that's there's a bit of a worrying trend there. It feels like, you know, it's like the human centipede of information. Each step of the way you get something that's regurgitated, looks less and less like the original food you're trying to eat. Yeah, Rob. I'm not surprised. That's true, yeah. Speaking of which, it reminds me, like, one of my pet peeves is when you go on like Reddit or even like Twitter does that sometimes, and you just scroll a thread or something, and there's ads implemented in the form of like messages, and you can't tell it's an ad unless you see the little logo that's very small and, you know, chucked in a corner. And every time it happens to me, every time I'm reading something and I'm like, I don't understand what this has to do with anything. Like there's a response that I'm like, suddenly I'm like, I feel like this is not they're not talking about the same thing. And then I look at it and oh, it's an ad. Sure. And I don't understand how it's supposed to work. I'm sure it does, otherwise they wouldn't do it, but to me it just breeds confusion. I feel like I'm not getting sold on anything. I just end up confused. Oh well. Like I said, can't stop progress. We'll have to adapt. For now, they can't inject advertisements straight in our heads. So for now, at least there's that. When I go to bed at night and I close my eyes, I'm not being advertised to. Hopefully that never happens in my lifetime. Can I do that already? I mean, I understand what you mean, but not really. Zubnibiru. Wacky. Reminds me of a Black Mirror episode. Always does. Yeah, I don't know. I think before we get, like, you know, chips implanted into our brains or whatever, we'll have like, what I'm expecting could be a thing would be I mean, there's already like smart glasses and all that, but I'm thinking of like contacts, potentially, you know, like smart contacts. But again, that would be something you remove at the end of the day or something, right? But that feels like something that could be a somewhat near future, maybe. Make it a little more usable than glasses. I don't know. Well, I say, you know, near future. It could be a few decades, right? But can't wear contacts, I'm out. Oh. I straight up clicked on an ad on Instagram the other day and bought the product. I am the problem. What? Okay, Glegor, are you... are you willing to share what it was for? Because I'm curious. I'm curious if I need to judge you or not. It's the awesome Timex Iron Man 8 lap they released. Look it up. Oh boy. I am looking it up. This better be good. Timex Iron Man 8 lap. Oh, it's a watch. It kind of has that old school Casio kind of vibe to it. All right. Well, there you go. OG. Yeah. At least that's an established brand. Yeah, I don't know. Instagram has those unskippable ads now. Have you seen that? They call it an ad break, and you literally have a timer, and you can't scroll away from it. It stops you from it. What I've noticed is you can go back. Like, you can press back and go on. Like, if you were watching stories, it's gonna stop you after like one story and give you an unskippable ad. But you can press back and then press the next story you were gonna watch anyway, and it completely bypasses it. So their system's not perfect, thank God. But Meta has done that across the board. Well, speaking of which, let me remind you that for $5.99 you can be a member of this community and not get advertised to by Twitch themselves. Instead, I am advertising to you right now. Instagram banned me immediately after registering? What have you done? Thank you, $10 for gifting a sub to the community. And it goes to sriracha over ketchup. I agree with that. Sriracha is delicious. Anyway, back to the lore. Kinetics Industries pioneered biotic training with the biotic acclimation and temperance training program. Although BAT did not achieve the desired results, many techniques are thought are still used today. Many human think tanks are trying to develop some form of... Oh, my bad. Many human think tanks are trying to develop some form of biotic super soldier. Most are benign efforts to create more flexible troops. Others, less publicly known, are unapologetic attempts to create Nietzschean supermen. That's interesting. Something fraud prevention? Somehow determined that something about my registration was suspicious. Now I'm suspicious. I think Engthar might be a criminal. Yeah. Before today, no mention of any like real life psychologists or anything, and today we got both Nietzsche and Jung. So I don't know what's next. Some Freudian stuff. Maybe Jacques Lacan. I don't know, we'll see. Interesting. I really like the lore of the biotics, though. I really want to learn more about them. Might be one of the most interesting concepts in the game so far.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I'm assuming this is the same conversation we've had before.
How did you end up serving on
Yeah.
your
I
own
enlisted.
ship?
Good humanity.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Goodbye, Dr. Chakwas. I wish you had more... Oh! Hello. I did not know I would find you there. Although that seems to be a good place for you.
Commander, are you coming to check up on me?
She's pretty tall. I feel like when she stood up, she was taller than us. I'm really bad at reading lore in games. I started Mass Effect a bit after you and I just skipped them because I know you will read them. Am I just a tool to you, Zia? No. I love that there's just a no answer. Are you coming to check up on me? No. I was worried. Are you okay? Are you okay?
You look much better. How are you feeling?
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology.
Goodbye. No, I'm gonna go with that's her job. She's the best. Dr. Chakwas is the best.
You're in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from the Geth, Commander. If you hadn't shown up...
She doesn't blink a lot, I just noticed. Or maybe it's just more noticeable because she has very big eyes. Bright eyes. My personal ME narrator is worth my $5.99 a month. I'm glad it is. I'm glad you think so. Just part of the mission. You're welcome. Don't mention it. You're quite welcome.
I'm just glad we got there in time.
So am I. I know you took a chance bringing me aboard this ship. I have seen the way your crew looks at me. They do not trust me. But I am not like Benezia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren. I promise.
I know, or we'll see. I know. I mean, I trust her, personally. Yeah. I mean, I have no reason not to.
Don't worry, Liara. I trust you. I know you won't let me down.
It means a lot to hear you say that, Commander. Thank you.
Or maybe I want her to think that I trust her so I can keep an eye on her, you know? I'd like to talk about you. Investigate. Benezia, Asari culture. Yeah, tell me more about you.
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
What do you... That sounds incredible! You could not have said anything that make me think you're more interesting. You must get lonely. Do you like it? Sounds boring. We're skirting a line between rude and creepy. Let's go with, you know, follow-up questions. That's how you have a conversation. I'm not interesting. I only explore ancient ruins. I know. This is insane. I'm not too interesting. You know, I go around the vast space and explore ancient technologies and try to understand what happened to the universe. Liara Croft. Okay. Alright, Nektar. Let's rein it in a little bit. Liara Croft. Ow. I had this bit of skin right next to my nail that was sort of like peeling off a little bit and very annoying. And now I pulled on it with my teeth, and you know when you... I'm sure you've had that before. When you tear a little bit of skin right next to your... and it goes like sort of deep inside the nail. Ah, that shit hurts. Yeah. To be fair, a lot of people find real archaeology and archaeologists boring. Well, yeah, but we're talking about space archaeology right now. I find real-life archaeology, in theory, very interesting. I'm sure the job itself is a lot of paperwork and, you know, just bookworming, right? It's not Indiana Jones or anything. But I still think it's a very fascinating job. What's up, Egg? Colette will scold you. It's fine. I don't chew my nails or anything. I've never done that. It's just the skin that's right next to it. I hate having, you know, stuff around my nails. I like my hand being smooth. I'm gonna ask, do you like it? Because I'm a normal person who has normal conversations, and I ask follow-up questions.
You must enjoy something about it.
I love my work. Seeking out history's lost secrets has a special appeal for me.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
You were actually touched by working Prothean technology. That is why I find you so fascinating, Commander.
Okay, hold on. Hold your horses, Liara. There are tools for that. Your mouth is a petri dish. What's up, Primus? I was an aspiring archaeologist for one afternoon in my backyard when I was 10, after seeing Jurassic Park. My parents did not approve of me digging up the backyard. I was doing a lot of digging in my backyard when I was a kid. My parents didn't care. Lived in the middle of nowhere. We had a lot of fields, and I was just digging all kinds of stuff. It was awesome. What's up, Debs? How are you doing today? Like a lot of our parents let us watch Jurassic Park way too young. I don't know. So Jurassic Park was an interesting thing for me because it's the first movie. Well, it's the only movie I've ever went to watch with my parents. I think it was the third movie I saw in the cinema. The first movie I saw in the cinema was the Rescuers Down Under, I think. Like the Disney one. We went with school, with the you know, elementary school or whatever. We went to watch that movie with the class. That was the first movie I saw in the cinema. The Rescuers Down Under, I think. And then I went with a friend's family, with his parents and, you know, my whole friend's family. We went to see Aladdin. And then Jurassic Park came out and everyone was talking about it. And at first, you were supposed to be like 13 or something, but then they changed the age to like 10 if you were with your parents. Like they had to change it because the movie was so popular. So, you know, everyone wanted to always go see it, and so they adapted the age requirement. So I was able to go with my parents because I was 11 at the time. That was the first and only movie I went to see with my parents. And we went to McDonald's, which was the first time I ever went to McDonald's too. That was a whole thing to remember that. I remember my dad fell asleep watching the movie, which I thought was nonsense. It was such a great movie. How could you fall asleep watching Jurassic Park? But, you know, he was tired. He was working a lot. And those seats were damn comfortable. Such a dad thing to do, yeah. And then later on, I think the first movie I went to see by myself, well, without adults, was The Lion King. I went with a few friends. We went to see The Lion King. It was the first time I went to the cinema without an adult. Yep, it's pretty good. And then I think the first movie I went to see alone. I haven't gone to the cinema alone a lot. But the only movie I went to see by myself was True Lies, the Schwarzenegger movie. I went to see that one by myself because nobody wanted to go see it, and I really wanted to, so that was cool. I loved it. Yeah, fun movie. New band name, Dads in Malls. How are you, Fritz? Good to see you. Let's watch the premiere of Mandalorian and Grogu. Is that a new Star Wars TV show? I'm pretty sure I mentioned earlier that I played Fortnite for the first time yesterday, which don't judge, please. I played Fortnite for the first time yesterday, and there was one of the game mode or whatever thing you can do in the game was a Mandalorian and Grogu watch party. I didn't connect to, but apparently that's a thing in there. Actual cinema movie? Oh, okay. What's up, Miss Shiver? I still haven't played Fortnite. I don't know why well, I mean, I went over it earlier in the stream, but I've been on a shooter kick lately, and I was watching some old BR's videos from like Warzone early days with the Happy Hub. And that made me want to play a BR, and Fortnite's the only one where you can actually play solo, and that has a, you know, decent player base, so I was like, why not? Seems accessible enough, right? Everyone plays it, including kids. I wanted something a little casual, you know? It's fun. I mean, I understand why the game's popular. It plays well. It's very smooth. I don't know, there's something about the whole presentation. Like, I like the game as soon as you're in the game. The menus is the problem. When you're in the menu and there's so much spam for stuff to buy, and like it feels like a big advertisement platform. Once you're in a game and you're playing the game, it's great. But the whole ecosystem around it is so fucking predatory. I hate it. Oh. Anyway, Liara finds me fascinating because I have been touched by Prothean technology. Don't try to study me. I'm fascinating? Question mark?
Sounds like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere.
Yes.
No, I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's even worse.
Okay. Liara, listen. There's gonna be no in-depth study, okay? Not by you, at least. You're 106 years old. You're a child, for God's sake. It's so funny. She seems very socially inept, which kind of fits with her story, right? She's probably better with skeletons than she is with people. Don't make Shepard a baby. Well, I mean, the age is relative to your culture, I think, in this context of different species, right? Because we maybe don't evolve at the same speed or whatever, right? I think in this case we can't apply the same sort of paradigm to every species. Which brings a lot of interesting moral and ethical questions, you know, as far as what we consider adulthood. It's already an interesting sociological question with different human cultures, right? There's definitely some interesting like studies that can be done about that, like you know, what we consider adulthood in the Western world is probably very different than what people in like uncontacted tribes would consider adulthood, right? So imagine now different species that have completely different biological development and all that. That would be very interesting. I wonder if it's a topic we'll explore in the game, actually. You'd want an age gap in a relationship between an Asari and a human. Yeah, I don't know. Not even without. I'm not even considering that aspect of it, but that's another can of worms. Yeah, which I wonder if there's gonna be some conversations about that in the game, about the the ages and all that. Thing thought. Yeah, Brainy. Right, the poor girl is panicking. Don't try to study me. I wasn't serious. Relax. I feel like I should be very, the way I should speak to her is it should be very informative. I wasn't serious, She seems to not be very good at picking up on subtext, so. I was not serious.
Calm down, Liara. I was only joking.
Joking? Oh, by the goddess, how could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool.
You're fine.
Now you know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing around other people. Please, just pretend this conversation never happened.
She's funny. Unintentionally, but she's funny. Yeah, she would probably get along very well with the Elcors, that's true. Anyway, tell me more about your mom. It sounds like I'm psychoanalyzing her.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
I don't understand it. She was always outspoken about the need for the Asari to become more involved in shaping galactic events. Maybe she thought allying herself with Saren would somehow be for the greater good in the long run. At least I hope so.
You sound troubled. Maybe she's just evil. You can't say that. You sound troubled.
This hurts you, doesn't it?
None of this makes any sense to me. I have not spoken to Benezia in many years, but I know her, and this was not like her. Something changed.
Brainwashing? Mind control? Who knows? Who knows? Or maybe she just didn't know her mom very well. That unfortunately happens a lot. And maybe her mom sees the her being with Saren as a way to elevate the Asaris. Maybe she's made a deal with Saren. Like, we're gonna exterminate everyone except the Asaris. I don't know. Or maybe Saren's lying to her and she thinks that's what she's gonna get out of it. I don't know. But tell me about the Asari culture.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe we are all part of a single galactic community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Such as?
Like what?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
That's disgusting! I will say, the game does give you a few options to be a, bigoted piece of crap. I'm always surprised. I feel like that would be a really fun playthrough just for the sake of entertainment. How is that possible? Yeah, tell me more about how you reproduce, because that's appropriate for conversation with someone you barely just met.
I don't understand. Your species can mate with anyone?
Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it is not an essential element of the union.
Okay.
The true connection is mental. Our physiology
Oh yeah, I
allows
read
us
about
to
that in the
meld
codex.
with other beings.
Yeah.
We can touch the very depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species. We share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities.
Oh.
We then
That's
pass
kinda
these
sick.
traits onto our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
That's actually really fucking cool. The idea of like connecting mentally and exploring the genetical like ancestry of a race and then being able to take some of those traits, basically becoming, you know, over time like sort of assimilating little traits of other species and being able that explains why they're able to understand everyone and they're sort of good mediators. That's really fucking interesting actually as a concept. I really like that. Yeah, it reminds me of not completely related, but it reminds me of do you guys remember Demolition Man? How they have sex in that movie? Because of there were so many like STDs or that you know, pandemics and all that they've pretty much removed physical contact from the world. And so people would connect with like helmets and all that. Yeah, it was very interesting. I always thought Demolition Man's world building was way too good for for the movie it was part of. I think the movie's fun, right? But it's, you know, it's a stupid action movie, sort of. But I always thought the world building was pretty impressive. There are a few things like movies like that, you know, where the world building is punching way above its weight class. It was like a VR thing. Yeah, not well, sort of, but it was more like a thing that connected brainwaves with one another. Like you didn't have like a, you know, headset, but you were literally like just daydreaming of whatever was happening. There's a sequel coming? Is that for real though? Is there's no way Stallone is in it again, right? I'm not even sure the man's acting anymore. He's pretty old at this point. Stallone is in the credit. Oh my god. Hold on. When is that coming out? Demolition Man sequel. Direct sequel with Sylvester Stallone. What the fuck? That is actually insane. Nostalgia is a big business these days. Wesley Snipes is back, yeah. I don't know what to say. I'm kind of excited to watch it. Part of it is nostalgia. Well, I mean, most of it is nostalgia, actually. Because again, it wasn't a great movie. It was just fun. Yeah. Doesn't mean it's in production. Yeah, but it's Stallone, right? If Stallone's attached to a project, it's pretty likely to see production, I would say. But you're right. No guarantee. No guarantee. I mean, he can probably produce it himself, is the I guess the point. Yeah, Eric? I don't know, I feel like, well, maybe it's the games that I'm playing, but I feel like most of the games like that I'm playing still offer a lot of different options. Although, you know, one of the most recent examples I can think of was Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is the other way around. I found it hard to be a good guy in that game. And I even took a pretty, you know, all things considered, the path I took was pretty sort of morally acceptable. The second playthrough I will do of Disco Elysium, however, is going to be completely depraved, and I can't wait. It's going to be fun. But yeah, I think part of it is, you're right, Eric. It's probably due to development costs. Developing an entire path to a game that only a minority of player will see is not often seen worth it anymore. In the era of minimum risk, because the economy is that bad, unfortunately. Yeah, me too, Ektar. I'm excited about it. I'm also excited for Zero Parades. Apparently the game's reviewing very well. What about the other parent? Yeah, what's happening with the other parent? Curious about that. Yeah, ZP is coming out tomorrow. Yeah. I'm gonna play it at the end of the year. I've announced in the past, but I'm gonna say it again over the next few months. I'm gonna be playing Zero Parades in December. It's gonna be our big end of the year event game. I like that tradition of having a sort of a game we've kind of been excited about at the end of the year. So yeah, this one's gonna be Zero Parades this year. Gives you guys time to play it, those of you who want to play it. Got about 6 months to go through it. Yeah, Eric's, it's incredible. In my opinion, it's the best video game ever made. I have a hard time thinking of anything better than it. ZP is Zero Parades. New Zoom game. Yeah, no, Disco Elysium is really good. I don't know if you have the director's cut or what's it called, like the final cut or something. There's basically like there's the original version and there's a version that came out later with voice acting, more voice acting, which I would recommend because there's a lot of reading to do. So if some of it can be alleviated by voice acting, it makes the game a bit more accessible. And the voice acting is incredible, by the way. But yeah, no, Disco Elysium is insane. What a game. What a game. Definitely the best writing I've ever seen in a video game. You have the final cut. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, they might have been Eric's. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's very well. You know, it's not a game for everyone. I'm sure some people bounce off of Disco, but I would consider it a very rare masterpiece. Well, that's fine, Rob. I mean, you know, there's a lot of stuff in the game. And some of the political stuff is pretty, you know, in depth, and some of it you'll grasp just because of the context of the game. Some of it will maybe escape you. So a lot of it escaped me as well. Like I'm not a political expert or anything, and you know, a lot of it was just sort of going over my head. You know, I understood sort of the general ideas, but a lot of the details, I was definitely not having a full grasp of everything. And then there's all the human aspects of it. There's very human stories in there. So even if the like political stuff doesn't really hit for you, like the human stuff could. It's why it's you know, it's that interesting of a game, is that there's so many ways to approach it and understand it. You can literally play it as a character that has, you know, no clue about all the politics of it, and just, you know, kind of disregards it and just wants to be cool or whatever, you know. There's so many ways to play the game. It's very interesting. The game allows you to sort of try to resist its political themes very much, which of course it plays with, but you know, you can be just as lost as the character. But anyway, yeah, I'm very excited about Zero Parades. I've played like 5 minutes of the demo before I uninstalled it, because it felt so good, the little I've seen of it, that I didn't want to spoil anything more for me. Literally 5 minutes into the demo, and like 3 of those were like looking at the stats of the characters and all that. Basically the first real conversation I had in the game, I was like, oh man, this hits the vibe in a way that I don't want to ruin anything else. Immediately uninstalled. It looks really cool. The world seems very interesting. Anyway, let's go back to Liara and the Asari mating rituals. What about the other parent?
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
Who was your father? What about the age difference? See, we were just talking about it earlier. Apparently it's a thing you can question in the game. I wonder what the angle is there. I'm worried that, because I'm curious about the father situation, but then I'm worried that it's going to remove this option. So maybe I have to go through the character again, the conversation again, just to be able to pick the other option. Which is a very old school RPG kind of thing you do. Just go through all the options in the conversation tree. Who was your father?
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
Oh. Of course, interesting. You can do that? That is such a weird response. You can do that? You don't know who? Some of those conversations are so funny. I mean, I'm more interested, I think, in the... Hold on. Yeah, you can do it. I'm gonna go with you can do that because I think it's pretty funny.
I thought you always needed another species to serve as one of the parents.
Think about it, Shepard. If we were not able to mate with our own species, we would have died out long before we ever mastered spaceflight and left our homeworld.
Yeah, Shepard.
Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood.
Oh boy.
Though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face, it is a great insult among my people.
Oh,
It
that's
is
interesting.
possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
That is so interesting. Okay. Because typically, you know, when stuff like pure blood gets involved, that, you know, we all know where that usually goes. In this case, the fact that it's an insult to their people is pretty interesting. That's very interesting. I wonder if she feels bad about it. You know, like if she feels inferior because she hasn't, you know, acquired the traits of another species. Like if she feels sort of like an inferior Asari because of it. You don't know that? That's terrible. Then why'd she do it? That's terrible.
How could anyone abandon their own child?
I cannot answer that. This is all speculation on my part. It is possible she wanted to be part of my life, but something happened to her before she had the chance. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon.
Right.
Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived.
Oh.
Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
Going back to the idea of the age difference, right? Yeah, like if an Asari was to mate with a human, the father would die well before, well, the partner rather. Doesn't seem like the genders matter too much. The partner would die well before the child becomes an adult. It's quite sad when you think about it. How do they deal with that?
You Asari lived for 1,000 years. What happens when your partner dies?
I think that goes back to the question
Few
I wanted to
sapient
ask.
species live as long as my kind. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them.
Aw.
And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
Aw, that's kind of romantic. I like it. They're basically space elves. I just realized. They're space elves. They live much longer than everyone else. You know? They have this air of knowledge and sort of ethereal presence to them, you know? That goes the same route, right?
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her
Right.
partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was an
Benezia never told you her partner's name?
Union with our own kind is no longer common. Not Asari daughters inherit. I am what is sometimes.
Yeah, okay,
It is
so
possible
most of
Benezia's partner was
the
embarrassed by their union. I cannot.
most of the options sort of
Many Asari
go
raised their
down the same
children
route,
alone.
right?
You know who
She rarely spoke.
I thought you always...
Think of union. Asari. It is possible
mean-
Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. I cannot.
That's
Bene-
good. At least I know I'm not
Many
like
Asari raise
I'm
their
not
children
missing
alone.
something
We-
important, right?
Although we seek to understand other species,
Even though obviously
seems few
most
of
of
them
the
seek to
small
understand
scale
us.
choices in
the
conversations
galaxy is filled with.
Like what?
will be more
we
for
still require
flavor.
a partner to reproduce. This
I don't understand.
And it won't fundamentally change
We then
anything.
pass these.
What happened?
Others can be more long term.
I don't get the
sometimes an
option
Asari
for
and her
what about the
partner
age
will stay
difference
together for
anymore.
many
I was trying to
decades.
find it again, but I can't get to it again. I think that's because I picked it. That was like the other one was phrased differently, but that was the same conversation.
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Okay, cool. I just sorry for the chaotic skips there. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything valuable. But I'm getting a better sense of how the conversation trees work. The game's set up in a way that makes it hard to miss anything that's not like an actual like branching choice. I think it's cool. I like that. I like not having to worry about missing too much. Okay, we have new things there. The Asari culture. Because of their long lifespan, Asari tend to have a long view not common in other races. When they encounter a new species or situation, the Asari are more comfortable with an extended period of passive observation and study than immediate action. They are unfazed that some of their investments or decisions may not pay off for decades or centuries. Matriarchs can seem to make incomprehensible decisions, but their insight is evident when their carefully laid plans come to fruition. In interstellar relations, this long view manifests in an unspoken policy of centrism. The Asari instinctively seek to maintain stable balances of economical, political, and military power. Traditionally, Asari spread their influence through cultural domination and intellectual superiority. They invite new species of advanced development to join their galactic community, knowing that their ideals and beliefs will inevitably influence the existing culture. I relate a lot with the long, you know, like you take your time to look at a situation before going into action. The Asari is sort of they're my spirit species in Mass Effect so far, it seems like. Even though I don't have their longevity. Wait. Oh, the beacon's a new entry? Oh yeah, it is. The beacon was a Prothean artifact unearthed on the Alliance colony of Eden Prime. Its resemblance to the Prothean databanks recovered on Mars provoked immediate interest from the Alliance and the Citadel Council. It proved to be a solid-state data storage device, part of a galaxy-spanning comm network similar to modern extranet. I don't know how we know of all that, but I guess that's Liara's knowledge. Intact Prothean paleotechnology is rare. The beacon seemed to promise another quantum leap of technology, akin to the discovery of the Mass Effect drive and relays. Unfortunately, the beacon also drew the attention of the rogue Spectre, Seren Arterius, and his synthetic allies, the Geth. A dawn raid by his flagship Sovereign. Sovereign? Is that how you pronounce that word? Sovereign? I've seen that word before, but I never pronounced it out loud, I don't think. Sovereign? Sovereign? I don't know. Resulted in hundreds of civilian casualties. The beacon was badly damaged. The motives behind the attack are still being investigated. During the recovery operation, the beacon fired a pulse of energy at the executive officer of Alliance frigate Normandy. Lieutenant Commander Shepard survived and appears to have suffered no ill effects. Afterwards, the beacon fell inert. The mechanism appears to be dead. Sovereign. Although some people put emphasis on the E in the middle of the word. Sovereign. Okay. We know which trait they would pass on from me? Oh, the stash? Yeah. Can you imagine? Oh my god, the poor Asari. That takes on my facial hair. I don't think that's a good thing. Although, hey, I mean, they like variety in their species, right? So. All right, good talks. That was just one conversation. Still have a bunch of people to talk to. Hopefully we have time to do a mission today, because, you know, I do want to proceeding further in the game.
Something I can do for you, Commander.
Oh, nothing.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Core charge status. More codex. FTL drive charge. As positive or a negative electric current is passed through an FTL drive core, it acquires a static electrical charge. Drives can be operated an average of 50 hours before they reach charge saturation. This changes proportional to the magnitude of mass reduction. A heavier or faster ship reaches saturation more quickly. If the charge is allowed to build, the core will discharge into the hull of the ship. All ungrounded crew members are fried to a crisp. All electronic systems are burnt out. All metal bulkheads may be melted and fused together. Sounds super safe! The safest way to discharge a core is to land on a planet and establish a connection to the ground, like a lightning rod. Larger vessels like dreadnoughts cannot land and must discharge into a planetary magnetic field. That goes... Yeah, okay, I remember them talking about... We talked about that yesterday, actually. Them discharging their drive charges, much like leaving, you know, pollution behind or whatever. Leaving exhausted fuel cells or something. But in this case, it's like the actual electrical charge. That's very interesting. The ship passes the charge from the drive core to the exterior armored hull, then dives into the magnetic field. As the hull discharges, sheets of lightning jump away into the field, creating beautiful auroral displays on the planet. The ships must retract its sensors and weapons while dumping charge to prevent damage, leaving it blind and helpless. Discharging at a moon with a weaker magnetic field can take days. Discharging into the powerful field of a gas giant may require less than an hour. Deep space facilities such as the Citadel often have special discharge facilities for visiting ships. Such an interesting concept. I love that, actually. It's like this idea of like a reverse fuel system. Instead, you have to like discharge your ship's load with the help of a magnetic field that you can find on certain planets. I think that's so freaking cool. What an interesting concept. What's up, Squishy? What's up, White Wolf? How are we doing today? Alright, Tali.
Shepard, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, you seem happy. What's going on? Glad you're feeling better. What's up, Eugene? You seem happy.
Good to see you smiling again, so to speak.
I'm sleeping much better now. I guess I'm getting used to how quiet your ship is.
Oh, that's great.
I still think a lot about my pilgrimage, though. I know Theron's our top priority, but with all the worlds we go to, I was hoping to find something to bring back to the flotilla.
Don't worry, you will. Like what? Is that why you're here? Like what? Yeah, what are you looking for?
What are you hoping to find?
Usually, people bring back something like a derelict ship we can use for salvage. But I need something bigger. There's a lot expected of me.
How so?
What's so special about you?
It's my father. He's the senior member of the Admiralty Board. He's one of only 5 people who can overrule the decisions of the Conclave for the good of the migrant fleet.
Right.
My father is responsible for the lives of 17 million people. Our entire race is in his hands, and I'm his only child.
No pressure. You're royalty? It's a lot of pressure, I had no idea. I'm responsible for trillions. It's not about you, Shepard. You're royalty?
So are you some kind of heir to the Quarian throne or something?
No, it doesn't work that way. My father's position isn't hereditary. I'll probably never serve on the Admiralty Board myself. Officially, I'm just the same as any other citizen. But it doesn't work that way in practice. People have always treated me differently because of who my father is.
Preferential treatment? It's gonna be the opposite. It's gonna be like, no, they're harder on her.
You must get all kinds of special privileges.
I probably had it easier than most growing up.
Okay.
But it's not all good. People like my father have enemies, and they're not above using me to get to him.
I really like the way her mask sort of, you can only see like a little bit of the silhouette of her face and like the glowing eyes and everything. It really gives that touch of mystery to the character that I think is super cool. Colette. I don't have time for this. That's a lot of pressure.
It must be tough on you.
My people place a high value on family and ancestry. There's an unspoken expectation that I'll live up to my father's example. Everyone's waiting for me to do something great on my pilgrimage, Something that will forever change our lives for the better. If I don't, it's like I failed, and that reflects badly on both me and my father.
What if we save the galaxy? We don't want that. Yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, what if we save the galaxy? Is that gonna help?
The work you're doing here is more important than anything any Quarian has ever done before.
Yes, I know. But you have to understand Quarian culture. We're a very insular society. The events beyond the flotilla don't much matter to the average citizen. Our greatest dream is that one day we'll return to our homeworld and drive out the Geth. But even if we stop Saren, that's not going to happen. There's still millions of Geth behind the veil. Until they're gone, our exile will continue.
That's interesting. Makes you think about the scope of, you know, there's other things happening outside of the what we're doing, which is interesting. So what's the answer?
What would you need to bring back to make everyone happy?
Something that would help us better understand the Geth. They've changed significantly since the exile. They've continued to evolve. We've done our best to study them, but it's not easy. They're very reclusive. Until recently, they never went beyond the borders of the Veil. And all the Geth we run into now are under Saren's control. We'd need to find Geth operating on their own, independently. But I don't want this to get in the way of our mission, Shepard. First, we stop Saren. Then I'll worry about my own problems.
Okay. Saren. So this is new. I'm assuming those are the same we've already had.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources are scarce. There are 17 Unfortunately, we have had to surrender many of the freedoms and civil liberties other species.
What kind of freedoms?
Well, it's a
Yeah.
In extreme cases,
We've been over this before.
Like what?
Tell me about your dad. I'm being very Freudian today. I'm asking about everyone's parents.
What was your father like?
It wasn't easy growing up as the daughter of one of the Admiralty. Even before he joined the board, he was a prominent figure. People looked to him for leadership. He had to set an example, and he expected the same of his daughter. Plus, he was pretty strict, a military man through and through. He never allowed me to settle for anything less than excellence. As a kid, I sometimes felt like he was pushing me too hard. But now I'm old enough to appreciate what he taught me. The world doesn't owe us anything. If we want something in life, we have to earn it.
Okay. I really wish the game had a system to mark conversations you've had before. That would be my most desired quality of life change. What about your mother? Were you close to your dad? Yeah, let's ask about were you close to your dad first, and then we can go back to talk about the mom.
Sounds like a tough upbringing. You don't resent your father at all?
Like I said, it wasn't easy. My father's not the kind of person you bond with, and he wasn't around all that much. Too busy. People counted on him, and he took his duties seriously. Even when he was around, he always seemed a bit distant, like his mind was always somewhere else. Come to think of it, I can't ever remember seeing him smile. Not once. It's like he was always weighed down by all that responsibility. I mean, I know he cares about me, but he never really showed it, not in the usual way. I guess the best thing I can say about my father is that I respect him.
What about your mom?
Where was your mother in all this?
Mother was around, but she always seemed to kind of blend into the background. Almost like she was overshadowed by my father. He tends to do that to people. She passed on about 5 years ago.
Oh.
Some airborne virus that swept through the fleet.
Damn.
Happens sometimes when the filters start to break down. I think my father took it pretty hard. After she was gone, he became even more focused on his work. I think that was his way of dealing with the grief.
Well, that's a little sad.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
I think we're good. I just want to make sure.
I want to know more about
I
the
doubt
kid.
I can tell you anything you don't already. All I know is the story of their origins.
Yeah.
What they were when we created them. Like what?
I want to know.
Hold on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How come the council?
But one thing we as you can imagine, this caused a near. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to We feared the Geth would
I'm stuck.
pursue us,
Okay, there we
but
go.
they never came beyond. When my people reach maturity, we leave.
Yeah, this is all the stuff we've already
presented
seen.
as a gift to the captain of the.
Yep.
Like what?
I should go.
See you later.
See you later. Man, I really wish the game would show what you've, conversation you've had before. Because you never know, like, I mean, it could be, you know, it could look the same, like, oh, it's about the Geth again, but it could be a completely different conversation. I would love if there was, like, a little, marker, if there's new information, or, I don't know. Oh well, we'll deal with it. Quarian, law and defense and religion. Okay. Although the Conclave establishes civil law as much as any planet-based democracy, enforcement and trials are more unique. After the flight from the Geth, there were few constables to police the millions of civilians aboard the fleet. So the Navy parceled out marine squads to maintain order and enforce the law. Today, Quarian Marines have evolved training and tactics akin to civilian police, but remain adept at combat in the confined spaces of a starship and fully under the command of the military. Once taken into custody, the accused is brought before the ship's captain for judgment. While the ship's council may make recommendations, tradition holds that the captain has absolute authority in matters of discipline. Most are lenient, assigning additional or more odious maintenance tasks aboard the ship. Persistent recidivists are accidentally left on the next habitable world. This practice of abandoning criminals on other people's planets is a point of friction between the Quarians and the systems they pass through. Captains rarely have another choice. With space and resources at a premium, supporting a non-productive prison population is not an option. In the early years, many Quarians freighters were armed and used as irregular privateers. Civilian ships still show a strong preference for armament, making them unpopular targets for pirates. Though they have rebuilt their military, there are still mere hundreds of warships to protect tens of thousands of ships. The Quarian Navy follows strict routines of patrol and takes no chances. If the intent of an approaching ship can't be ascertained, they shoot to kill. I hope we get to see the effects of that, like find maybe Quarians that were abandoned because they were criminals. That sounds like an interesting character. An outlaw Quarian. What about religion then? The ancient Quarians practiced ancestor worship. Even after abandoning faith for secularism, Quarians continued to revere the wisdom of elders. As time passed and technology advanced, they inevitably turned their knowledge to preserving the personalities and memories of the elderly as computer virtual intelligences. These recordings became a repository of knowledge and wisdom stored in a central databank and available through any extranet connection. I wonder if that means Tali could technically speak to her mom, even though she's deceased. No, because she was probably not an elder, so they didn't, like, you know, they didn't make a backup of her if she passed of sickness. Yeah. They held no illusion that this was a form of immortality. Like all virtual intelligences, their electronically preserved ancestors were not truly sapient. It was considered a surmountable problem. Sapience could surely be reduced to simple mathematics. The Quarians began exhaustive research into creating artificial intelligence so they could learn to escape the bounds of mortality and give their ancestral records true awareness. Unfortunately, the life the Quarians created did not accept the same truth they did. The Geth destroyed the ancestor databanks when they took over. Oh, that was the reason for the Geth. It wasn't just for menial tasks. Apparently, it was also because they were working on the idea of preserving their elders. Okay. In the centuries since they evacuated their homeworld, most Quarians have returned to religion in various forms. Many believe that the rise of the Geth and the destruction of their ancestors were chastisement for arrogantly forsaking the old ways and venerating self-made idols. Others have a more philosophical outlook, believing that their race was indeed arrogant, but no supernatural agency lay behind the Geth revolt. Rather, the Quarians' actions wrought their own doom. Either way, every Quarian would agree that their own hubris cost them their homeworld. Man, I love the Quarians. The Quarian lore is maybe my favorite in the game. Tali's my favorite character. I think the Quarian lore is the most interesting. I mean, it feels also, it's a bit unfair because it feels like it's one of the most connected to the sort of main plot so far, right? Because of the Geth stuff and all that, so it feels, obviously it's very detailed. I need a new fucking chair. This chair is not cutting in anymore. My butt is not comfortable.
Commander, good to see you.
Garrus?
You've been with C-Sec a while. Have you seen much action?
Well, not as much as you, but yeah, I've seen some interesting things.
Such as?
I'll bet you have. Anything in particular that stands out?
I remember this Solarian geneticist I was sent to investigate. That case was a bit disturbing.
Hmm? How so?
What happened? Why were you investigating them?
I was tasked with tracking black market trade on the Citadel. Most of it harmless, nothing I needed to pursue. But during the course of my investigation, I noticed an increase in the trade of body parts, organs mostly. We usually get a few of those, but not the numbers I was seeing. We weren't sure if there was a new black market lab or if some freak was harvesting organs from citizens.
Is this common?
You've seen this before on the Citadel?
Every so often, some lab sells unwanted parts through the black market, but they're not as bad as the psychos. I remember this one Elcor diplomat we caught in my first year on the job. He was hacking people up and selling their organs. Had the station in a bit of a panic. But this case wasn't that clear-cut. Turns out there was more going on than we first realized.
Goodbye. What did you find?
So how did you figure out what was happening?
First, we got a hold of a sample and ran DNA tests. The weird thing was, the match led us to a Turian who was still alive and was very convinced he'd never lost his liver. After a bit of digging, I discovered this Turian worked briefly for Dr. Salion, the geneticist. So I went to his lab hoping to find evidence of cloned organ development, but there was nothing. No Solarian hearts, no Turian livers, not one Krogan testicle.
That's the thing we question. Okay. Krogan testicles?
You're kidding, right? Why would anyone want Krogan testicles?
Some Krogan believe that testicle transplants can increase their virility, counteract the effects of the genophage. It doesn't work, but that doesn't stop them from buying. They'll pay up to 10,000 credits each. That's 40,000 for a full set. Somebody's making a killing out there.
Hold on. Does that mean if we take Rex's testicles, we could make 40,000 credits right now? Provided he still has all four, right? Maybe I need to have a conversation with Rex. I could use the money, considering how expensive some of the equipment is. What about the doctor?
What did you do about the geneticist?
I brought in some of his employees for interrogation, to see if I could get them to talk. While I was interviewing one of them, I came across something suspicious.
Interviewing?
You mean threaten? Was that really necessary?
Okay.
Maybe, maybe not. Either way, it paid off. One of my detainees started bleeding profusely during the interview. We offered to patch him up, and he got frantic, freaked out. I ordered a full exam to find out what was going on. Our medics found incisions all over his body, some of them fresh. That was our big break. These people weren't just Dr. Salion's employees. They were test tubes. Walking, living test tubes.
Test tubes?
He was growing parts inside these people?
Exactly. He cloned their organs right inside their own bodies. Then he harvested them and sold them off. Most of the victims were poor. He'd pay them each a small percentage of the sales, but only if the organs were good. Sometimes an organ wouldn't grow properly, so he'd just leave it in them. Most of them were a mess, but only on the inside, hidden so nobody could see it.
That's pretty disgusting. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, it's not like Rex needs his balls anyway, right? Like, the chances, because of the genophage, the chances of reproducing are so low, you wouldn't want to inflict that to yourself, probably. So might as well make use of the balls, right? Did you interview him?
I hope he got what he deserved.
That's the worst part. We never caught him.
What?
Why not? What the hell happened?
He ran, blew his lab, grabbed some of his employees, and headed for the nearest space dock. By the time I found out, his ship was already leaving. He threatened to kill his hostages if we tried to stop him.
What? I love that I can just say what every time. They just let him go.
But you went after him anyway, right?
I ordered Citadel Defense to shoot him down, but CSEC headquarters countermanded my order. They were worried about the hostages, worried about civilian casualties if the ship was destroyed so close to the Citadel. I told them those hostages were dead anyway. He just used them to make more organs. But they wouldn't listen.
Yeah. Garrus is an interesting character. The more I learn about him, the more I see that he, you know, he's ready to do some, you know, he's ready to do something if he needs to, I guess. He's willing to get the job done. I mean, I don't know. I understand both points of view there, you know. I'm just gonna go with IC because I don't necessarily, you know, I'm not leaning any other way. I wasn't there. It's hard for me to judge the situation exactly. But I'm gonna go with IC.
Well, you can't get them all.
No, but letting him get away like that. All they had to do was disable that ship, stop him from running. Maybe the hostages die, maybe they don't, but at least we stopped the bastard responsible for it all.
That's, I mean... Tough choice. Tough choice. The trolley problem, once again. It's interesting that this is like an unresolved case for him. I wonder if maybe we'll find a lead again, and you know, Garrus will have to, will get to have his conclusion on this. I don't know if they have you know, like companion quest lines or whatever, like many of those style of games always do. Maybe that could be it. Yeah, tough choice, tough choice. I'm not gonna sit on the fence on this one. Again, I wasn't there. I don't know. Tough choice.
I suppose I can see both sides. But what's done is done.
I suppose. Can't waste too much time worrying about it now. Just wish I could have stopped him. That's all.
Dr. Salion.
Do you have any idea what happened to Dr. Salion?
I sent out feelers from time to time, hoping to find something. I thought I'd found him a while back. He changed ships and changed his name to Dr. Hart, his idea of a joke, I guess. I told the military, but they weren't convinced it was him. I got the transponder frequency for his new ship, but I just can't get anyone to check it out.
Oh! Give it to me. Oh my god, we actually can go after it. Oh, that's exciting. Very cool. I thought it was just a little story, you know? I didn't expect we would actually get a quest for it.
I'll check out the coordinates when I get a chance.
I was hoping you'd say that. But Commander, take me with you when you go. If
Yes!
it's Helion, I want to be there when you find him.
Yes! Well, I guess me sitting on the fence is not gonna last forever. I'm gonna probably have to make choices during that mission. Oh, that's cool. Yes, journal. Garrus. Oh, it's like specifically a Garrus mission, which means companion missions are a thing. Hell yeah. Garrus gave the coordinates for Dr. Salion's last known whereabouts. Head to the Herschel system in the Kepler Verge. Garrus told you about his encounter with Dr. Salion, the geneticist. He regrets letting him escape the first time and hopes that you'll be able to track him down and bring him to justice. Fuck yeah. Fun. Turian's biology. The Turian homeworld Palaven has a metal poor core, generating a weak magnetic field allowing more solar radiation into the atmosphere. To deal with this, most forms of life on Palaven evolved some form of metallic exoskeleton to protect themselves. The reflecting plate-like skin makes Turian less susceptible to long-term low-level radiation exposure, but they do not possess any sort of natural armor. A Turian's thick skin does not stop projectiles, directed energy bolts. That explains why they look so scaly. Love that. Although life on Palaven is carbon-based and oxygen-breathing, it is built on dextro amino acids. This places the Turians in a distinct minority on the galactic stage. The Quarians are the only other known sapient dextroprotein race. Oh, so the Quarians and the Turians have common, seem to have like a common thing, biologically speaking. The food of humans, Asari or Salarians, who evolved in levo amino acid-based biospheres, will at best pass through Turian systems without providing any nutrition. At worst, it will trigger an allergic reaction that can be fatal if not immediately treated. Oh, okay, so we're not sharing pizza with Garrus. Got it. Hey, more pizza for us. Man, this is so cool. I love that you can just spend 2 hours inside your ship just talking to people and it never gets boring. What a game. Like, we literally haven't set foot outside the ship today. We've just been having conversation with everyone. Alright, Rex.
What do you want, Shepard?
Personal inquiry or investigate? Okay, we've had this conversation. Personal inquiry.
Why did you become a mercenary?
Lots of reasons.
Okay, cool. I wish there was an answer there that's like, okay, nice. That's just like, cool, nice talk, and that's it. But apparently we need to, you know, we need to question it. Super lore-heavy sci-fi, gotta love it. Yeah. Yeah, this game, honestly, you know, I feel like this game has the perfect pacing for me. And I don't say that lightly or often, but this game has the perfect pacing for me. I love that, you know, some days it's just a lot of shooting and actual like exploring and all that, and some days it's just conversation. It really works for me. Yes, question mark, like, question mark, or elaborate?
Elaborate? Such as?
Such as, I needed to get out of our system. I needed to eat. I needed to survive.
Okay, fair enough. Why leave?
Why not stay and help your people?
I tried to help. That's why I had to leave.
Okay.
What happened?
I was betrayed. I was head of a small tribe. We were trying to restore order after the war, but the other tribes were against us. They followed Jared, one of the few warlords who survived the war with the Turians. But he was old, and so were his ideas. He wanted to continue the war.
That's a killer line.
He wanted us to fight. Turians, Solarians, each other. It didn't matter who, as long as we were fighting.
He was old, so were his ideas is a killer line. I love it. He wanted people to fight. I mean, it seems to be in their nature, you know. Maybe that's what keeps them under control, I guess, the fighting. But what about you?
What did you want?
I just wanted Jared to shut up, to stop his ranting. I wanted him to stop leading the tribes astray. But he couldn't understand how much things had changed. We didn't have the numbers to go to war. Even if we did, the genophage made sure we couldn't replenish our numbers fast enough. I told them all to forget about war. We needed to focus on breeding, at least for one generation. And for a while, we were getting through. Some of the tribes started coming around.
What about Jared?
I take it the warlord didn't appreciate that.
No, he didn't. He arranged a crush with the tribes, a meeting on neutral ground. He wanted to talk. We met at the Hollows, near the graves of our ancestors. The skulls of our dead laid bare to remind us where we come from, where we all go. It's as sacred as any Krogan place can be. Violence is forbidden.
Okay, and Jared didn't respect that, I guess?
It sounds like a trap to me. You must have suspected as much.
I did. But when your father invites you to a crush, well...
Oh.
There are some laws that even we hold sacred.
Well, okay, that adds another layer to all this. Again, we're very much on the Freudian plotline tonight. We're talking about everyone's parents. It's a whole thing.
Jared was your father?
He was, until that day. We talked, but we didn't get anywhere. When it was clear that I wouldn't join him, he gave the signal.
Damn.
His men leapt from the graves of our ancestors like Krogan undead. The few that were loyal to me died quickly.
That sucks.
I escaped with my life, but not before I sank my dagger deep into my father's chest.
Ooh, okay.
That is why I left, and that's why I'll never go back.
Damn, that's heavy. Okay. I thought for a second, I thought it was gonna be another companion mission, like find Jared or something, you know? Like the one with Garrus, but no. That one's resolved already, it seems. Extinction, Genophage. I think that might be new.
You must have family other than your father. Don't you miss them?
You're trying to make me cry, Shepard.
I mean...
I've got some unfinished business with my family, but that's all.
Go on.
What kind of business?
Before I left, I made an oath to my father's father.
Okay. Peepaw.
I swore to recover my family's battle armor. It was taken from him after the uprising.
I guess we know what the companion quest is gonna be.
What's so important about this armor?
It's a relic. Useless, really. But it was worn by 5 generations of my family before the war. It's rightfully mine.
Okay.
Originally, it was taken by the Turian military. We weren't allowed armor or weapons after the war.
Makes sense.
Now, it's in the hands of Ton Actus, a Turian scum who collects relics from the war. He's made millions selling Krogan artifacts that were stolen from my people. He's got several bases where he stores his goods, all fortified and guarded. I just don't know which base has my family's armor.
All right, I'll look for it.
Just tell me where to start looking.
I'll upload the data to your nav system. But Commander, I want to be there when you find him.
Oh, you will. Trust me. Okay, we're starting to get companion missions. That's really cool. That's exciting. I love that. What's up, Chipmunk? What's up, Isog? We've been over this, right?
Are your people really dying?
We're sure not getting any stronger. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in staying in our own system.
Lots of species have left their homes and prospered.
But they go to...
Oh, yeah. We've been over
so
this.
we leave.
Yep.
So long, Rex.
Shepard. Rex?
Shepard.
Rex.
Shepard.
Rex.
We gotta do it. We have to do it. After talking to Rex, you learn that he's looking for his family's ceremonial armor. It was taken by the Turians after the Krogan rebellion, and now a profiteer named Ton Actus has it. Find Rex's armor. Find the Turian who stole Rex's family armor. He's hiding at a base somewhere in the Argos Row Cluster. Oh, we have stuff in the Argos Row Cluster, don't we? Yes, this one. It's the very first one we got, in fact. Unusual readings. Okay. We'll have to do a little round over there. I'm excited about doing companion missions. Music is really cool. Non-council races. Let's learn about Krogan culture today. Yeah, the conversations to me, like, that's always the best part of any video game like that, for sure. I don't know, it's always my favorite part. I love the, you know, I'm thinking of something like Cyberpunk, for instance. Like the gameplay was super cool, like really amazing, very, very fun to play and all that. But the best part, like the one few things that I remember are, you know, the conversations with the characters, with Jackie, with what was her name? Jackie's girlfriend. The little tarot reading girl. Misty, yeah, she was really cool. The conversation with the rich couple that I always thought were trying to have a fucking like orgy with me, but apparently that wasn't the case. Yeah, the paralysis. I always thought they were trying to have a threesome with me. That was my reading of the situation was that it was gonna end up being, you know, they were trying to get me in their bed. well, turns out they just wanted me to spy for them or whatever. I don't remember exactly what the story was about, but... What's up, Atherma? And then, oh man, what was his name? The guy that lived on the outskirts with the ex-wife of his brother, maybe, or his best friend. Man, I already barely remember some of the stories. River, yes. I remember River. I remember him driving us around. And then that one night on the like, was it a water thing, or I don't remember. We were like looking at the city and yeah, Primus. There's so much in the game where I was like, it's already amazing, but I kind of wish we could have had more. Which, you know, obviously, like, a game can be... that's probably good. I think it's probably better. When a game leaves you wanting more rather than drag on, I would rather have that, right? I do like stories that leave some stuff out for the imagination, and it makes everything feel bigger. Same with, you know, the Panam and the you know, Panam was probably my favorite character. I really like the whole story with her, and like all the Vandals, or the, I don't remember what they were called, like the Nomads. You know, all that story was amazing. And what was her name? Judy? The whole like diving thing with Judy was so freaking amazing. God, that fucking that sequence was insane. And yeah, also Judy, like, I wish there were more stories there. I wish we could have known more about the character. I wish there was... It was such a great game. I would have won that game to be twice as long, and but at the same time, I would rather take a game that leaves you wanting more, because those are the games you remember a lot, right? I feel the same. Like, we were talking about Disco Elysium earlier. That's exactly the same thing. Disco Elysium has so much of its lore hints at greater things, like the Pale, for instance. Like, all the stuff about the Pale was my favorite thing in Disco. All the lore about the Pale and talking about it with some characters, but we never really get to dive in it, in what the Pale is, and, you know, all the implications that it has. Which, you know, part of me is like, God, I wish we could actually explore that more, you know, that concept. But it's also awesome that it's just, you get a hint of it and then it leaves the rest to your imagination, and it makes it feel so much greater than it would if you could actually engage with it more. Once you learn everything about something, it removes that sort of mystery and aura that it has, right? Often. So yeah, I don't mind when games leave stuff out of the scope of the story. I think I did play with the DLC. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, all this to say, my favorite parts in RPGs is always the, you know, the characters, the world, and having the conversations that make you understand more about that. It's always my favorite part. Yeah, for sure, Chipmunk. Anyway, let's learn about Krogan culture, shall we? The harsh Krogan homeworld conditioned the Krogan psychology for toughness just as it did the body. Krogan have always had a tendency to be selfish, unsympathetic, and blunt. They respect strength and self-reliance and are neither surprised nor offended by treachery. The weak and selfless do not live long. In their culture, looking out for number one is simply a matter of course. After their defeat in the rebellions, the very concept of Krogan leadership was discredited. Where a warlord could once command enough power to bring entire solar systems to heel and become overlord, these days it is rare for a single leader to have more than 1,000 warriors swear allegiance to him. Most Krogan trust and serve no one but themselves. The solitary attitude stems in part from a deep sense of fatalism and futility, a profound social effect of the genophage that caused Krogan numbers to dwindle to a relative handful. Not only are they hungry at the entire galaxy, seems out to get them, the Krogan are also generally pessimistic about their race's chances of survival. The surviving Krogan see no point to building for the future. There will be no future. The Krogan live with an attitude of kill, pillage, and be selfish, for tomorrow we die. Goosebumps! Actual goosebumps, guys. This is so fucking interesting. And yeah, I mean, I get it, right? If the genophage, you know, obviously you can tell that it would create species-wide generational trauma and all that stuff, and completely affect their approach to life. So yeah, fascinating. Love that. Krogan and Quarian, probably my favorite. I mean, okay, I don't even have to pick favorites. Everything is so interesting in this game. I'm fascinated with the Asari as well, that we just started learning about them a little more today, but everything is juicy and delicious. All right, I think we only have to talk to Ashley at this point. Okay, in which direction is the needle gonna move today when it comes to Ashley's questionable opinions? Let's see.
Oh, before I go, you said you're serving with Commander Shepard now? We saw him on the news here. He's cute. Later, sis.
Tell me you didn't hear that.
Sorry, a relative? That's unprofessional. I did hear that.
Afraid I did.
Oh, shoot me now.
Okay.
One of my sisters. That's Sarah, the youngest. Surprised to see you here, sir. Thought you'd be chatting up, what's her name? T'Soni?
Are you jealous? Is she jealous? Liara, why is that? What's her name? Jesus. Okay. You're out of line. Why is that?
Liara, why would you think that?
Scuttlebutt says you got a bit of a thing for her. I could understand why.
What?
The crew's off limits with the regs against fraternization. And at least she looks like a woman.
She's never beating the allegations. I'm running out of ways to, you know, I'm running out of way to find nuance in what's going on there. Every time she opens her mouth, it's to dig herself deeper. Yeah, and not in the hot way. We expected something from Ashley. I did not expect this. I mean, I don't know who says I have a thing for Liara, but that's not true. I am not looking at Liara that way. Yeah, that last line is brutal. Is that what you think? That's cold. You're out of line. That's cold. That's pretty cold.
You think I'm interested in Liara because she's the only one I'm allowed to date?
So you are interested in her?
Oh,
of course.
I'm not.
Could be politics. Alien diplomat's daughter, us under orders.
I think Ashley's jealous.
Bug-eyed monsters. What's up? You didn't come by to eavesdrop on family mail.
That's on me. I needed to nip this in the bud from the first moment she mentioned it. And telling her she was out of line. That's on me for taking a more personal approach to crew relationships. I have to accept it. But that's also the way I want to run my crew, you know? A band of brothers, right? Not just you know, not just military rules to bed. I do think it's interesting that Ashley thinks I have a thing for Liara. I think she's might be a little jealous, maybe. I don't know. I definitely don't. Well, tell me about your family, actually.
Your family seems to be important to you.
Yeah, we've always been close. Me and my sisters especially. With Dad on duty so much, I had to help Mom raise them.
Ashley has a disability. She's blind to her crippling prejudice. Tell me about your dad.
Did your father serve with the fleet?
We've been over that, right?
Took any crap posting he could get that offered space time. You know what? He worked his ass off trying to get recognized, but he never made it above serviceman 3rd class. He was real proud when I made chief. First thing he did was salute.
Aw. See, that's when she's having normal conversations like that, I can, you know. I can tell there's some humanity in there. There's just some humanity in the sense of, you know, she's not just prejudiced. There's some emotions in there. Clearly a very specific upbringing, but...
What about your mother? You haven't mentioned her.
You must know what military wives are like. Strong because they have to be, able to raise kids while Dad's away on a 6-month cruise. She has a degree in planetary geology. She and Dad both wanted to see new worlds. She gave up her career to raise us, though.
You have more than one sister? Sounds like a big family.
Yeah, I'm the oldest, then Abby, then Lynn. Sarah's the youngest. She's still in high school.
Wow, 4 of them.
With 4 girls, Dad used to say he felt more outnumbered at home than on maneuvers.
See, that part of it is cute, right? It's like, yeah. She's not just saying nonsense. Makes the racism more insidious. Listen, he has the ability to care. Yeah, but, you know. I think she is an insecure person under the cover of this sort of self-assurance she's trying to have and this sort of aggressive nature. I think she's very insecure, projecting it. I think it doesn't make her, you know, an absolutely terrible person. I think it makes her someone who's deeply flawed and has a lot of work to do. Probably should be in therapy. But it also makes her someone who can be redeemed. I think. She, you know, she could see the light and become, you know, a better person. Doing Ashley as I can fix her scenario, but I'm watching the bolts come undone after each conversation. I can fix her, okay? Listen. I have a problem. My problem is dark-haired, slightly edgy girls. Clearly. I have a type. No, listen. That's not true. I can fix her, but the part is discontinued. I got this, okay? I've made worse mistakes before. DJ. It's like The Witcher, you know? In The Witcher, Team Yen, any day of the week, even though she's kind of a bully and she's kind of abusive and, you know, she has a bunch of issues. Team Yen still, always. I cannot imagine not picking Yen in The Witcher. If I don't feel like I'm at a risk of getting murdered in my sleep, is it even worth it? Maybe I should be in therapy. Tell me about your home, Ashley.
Where did you grow up?
All over. We transferred a half a dozen times before I finished grade school. You go where personnel command sends you, right? I guess that's why I'm so tight with my sisters. We'd have to leave all our friends every 2 or 3 years.
Okay. So you raise your sisters. Yeah, Rob. Mm-hmm. I never finished The Witcher 3, so I don't know where the story goes in that sense, but you know. What I've seen of Yen, she was not the most loving and stable person you could be with, that's for sure. Anyway, you raised your sisters.
After helping raise them, your sisters still talk to you? Amazing.
Things were tense between Sarah and me for a while. Then we bonded.
Tell me about it.
Sounds like a story. Feel like sharing?
Sarah got herself a boyfriend who wanted to go faster than she did, Mike. I didn't think he was a bad kid, just pushy.
Okay.
Lynn would send me these worried vid mails, and I'd tell her to relax.
No means no, something changed. Boys will be boys? Okay. Hold on.
Vid mails. Where were you when this was going on?
I was on active duty. Sarah's graduating high school this year. This was only a couple of years back. They were on Amaterasu. At the time, I was assigned to Chernobog. Same cluster, but a dozen LY away. Close enough to talk regularly, too far to make it back in an emergency. I couldn't afford a fast packet flight.
This is so high school drama right now. No means no.
If he really liked her, he wouldn't be pushy.
Yeah, of course. If he didn't ask at all, I'd wonder if he thought Sarah was ugly. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Well, okay. Listen.
Mike thought they'd go for a romantic walk in the woods, because he figured it was past time they did the deed. She levered Mike face first into a tree and left. Didn't have a scratch on her. Good thing Mom and Dad had us all learn some kind of self-defense.
Okay, I
took emergency leave and walked Sarah to school for a few days.
Sister sounds badass, I will tell you that. Police, self-defense. Police?
Why didn't you tell the police?
She said it wouldn't solve the real problem, and she and Mike would both become household names. It was a small colony. I said it was her call to make, that we should let her do it her way. Mom was pretty pissed about that.
I mean, she's right fundamentally that it's Sarah's decision, but yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that as we know in such situations, people would have probably found a way to blame Sarah for what happened.
You said all of your sisters learned self-defense?
Lynn did pistol practice, but didn't like it. She's kind of nervous. Sarah took Aikido. Abby decided to learn the sword. She always was a little weird. Likes big skirts and tops you have to tie her into. They do great things to her figure, though.
Okay. Ashley is a walking pile of trauma. You know who she sounded like in this conversation right now? She sounds like Lindsay Lohan in any of the old Lindsay Lohan movies. That's what she sounds like. Ashley. What about you? I'm not sure. Okay, I'm afraid of what about you because I'm not sure where this is going. I'm really worried about that. I'm gonna have to click it because, you know, curiosity and all that, but I'm really worried about what the angle is gonna be there. Because she's talking about so many things, I'm not sure what about you means. I'm not sure what specific topic we're questioning.
So, what did you learn?
Oh, okay. That's pretty innocent.
One of Dad's friends taught me Marine hand to hand.
So we're still talking about self-defense. Okay, cool.
You said all of your sisters learned
self-defense? Oh, that's
self-defense?
the same thing. Okay.
Lynn did pistol practice.
Yeah.
Abby, they do great things to her figure, though.
So what happened with Mike?
Did anything happen while you were home?
My last day out, Mike was waiting for us. Sarah had told her friends, so everyone at school knew what he did. He wasn't happy. I wanted to snap him in half, but Sarah gave me this look, this let me handle it, I need to do this alone look. She kept her cool, God bless her, as he screamed in her face. She just let him vent. Then he tried to punch her. I swear, she just flowed around him. Next thing I knew, he's face down on the sidewalk and there's blood everywhere.
Let's go, Sarah. Sarah sounds great. I would love to meet her. And, you know, maybe we can recruit her for the team. Not in a weird way, right? Like, yeah. She sounds badass. Can we replace Ashley with Sarah, please? Yeah. I mean, we can keep both. The more the merrier, as they say. Again, still only talking about, you know, fighting against Saren and all that. I'm gonna go with wow.
That's unbelievable. Sarah must be as good as you.
Better. I'm more or less a straight-up puncher. When he swung, she wasn't there anymore, and he fell. She helped him stop the bleeding and had me call an ambulance. She told the paramedics he fell. Before they took him to the hospital, Mike touched Sarah's arm. I thought he was gonna end up on the ground again. But he hung his head, whispered, "I'm sorry," and started crying. And she hugged him.
Aw.
The Williams women
Bad
are
ending.
a decisive bunch, Commander. We do things when we're ready. Not before, not after.
Yeah, see, she should have she shouldn't have hugged him. She should have told him to fuck off. He's just sorry because he got fucking thrown to the ground. He couldn't bully her, so that's why he's sorry. He's not actually sorry. But that was pointless. Interesting story. Yeah. Where was your father? I'm gonna go with interesting story.
Your sister's something else. But you didn't mention your father at all. Was he on deployment?
Dad always wanted to serve in space, but he wanted us to have real ground under our feet. He'd say, space is beautiful, but you can't raise a family there. I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the lees. All times I've enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me and alone. For always roaming with the
I guess we're
hungry
doing poetry
heart,
now.
much have I seen and known. Cities of men and manners, climates, councils, governments.
I've always liked that one, Tennyson. What's this crap? Oh my god. Bored now. Jesus, that is worse than this. Bored now is worse than that. I already want to do a playthrough where I only pick the bottom options every time. Is she swooning? I mean, you know, she's using words. I'm a writer. And that sort of shit works on me. Unfortunately. You read poetry?
I never thought I'd hear you reciting poetry.
Just because I can drill you between the eyes at 100 meters doesn't mean I can't like sensitive stuff. Just don't spread it around. Ulysses was my dad's favorite poem. Every time he shipped out, he recorded me reading it. He had a dozen versions when he retired.
A good piece.
Does he still like it?
I sure hope so. I read it to his grave every time I go home.
Oh.
Dad passed on a few years back. He's probably still watching, though. So behave.
Behave, you say, huh? I think she's flirting with me. I don't know, I can't really tell, but... Sure he is, watching from the afterlife.
You mean from wherever we go after death?
Dead on, Skipper. He's with God now. That's not a problem with you, is it? That I believe in God?
Oh boy. Oh Jesus. Oh, okay. Hold on. I thought we were, you know, I thought the worst of the conversation was over. I do too. Keep it to yourself. Of course not. Not my place to judge. Are you a fanatic? Okay. All right. So I'm eliminating the both bottom options. I'm eliminating this one. So it's gonna be between of course not, which, you know, yeah, it's fine, whatever you believe in, right? With the hope, because obviously we don't have the full sentences, so I'm hoping this one's not this one with a different phrasing, right? Like, I'm worried about this one being more like a, you know, so like, oh no, yeah, that's great, I hope you do, you know, you would have to be part of this crew, right? I'm hoping it's more of the angle of like, oh yeah, no, that's fine, you believe whatever you want, right? Which is why I'm sort of leaning towards this, because this one's like straight up neutral. But it also feels like saying not my place to judge means, well, I'm not judging you openly, but I don't really agree. That's sort of what it sounds like when you say not my place to judge, right? You disapprove, but you admit you're not really in a position to do so. Which is not really what I, you know, that's not really my angle there. My real, you know, feeling about this is, yeah, whatever, you believe in whatever you want, that's totally fine. I mean, I guess since there's two different, I think this one's gonna be good for me. I'm gonna try that one and hope that it goes with what I'm hoping. That's why I don't like those short answers. I want to make sure I hit the right tone, you know, like the nuance is so lost. It's so hard to know exactly if you're gonna hit the right tone, right? Yeah, that's actually a super interesting topic, right, Friar? I think faith, you know, in a lot of cases, I think, at least from, like, you know, there are a lot of Christians in Switzerland, and I grew up in a very Christian sort of environment, even though it wasn't something that was necessarily pushed on me or anything. I wasn't like in a Christian school or any of that stuff, but you know, we had like religion classes that, like, there was like, I don't know, we call it in French, we call it catéchisme. I don't know what it translates to in other languages, but in school, when I was in school, there was 1 hour per week where the Catholics would go with a person and they were talking about religion. They would, like, you know, talk about the history of religion, read passages of the Bible, and that was a common thing, which still exists. When I was teaching, that was still a thing that existed. And then Protestants, which I was part of, because I was born a Protestant, even though I personally do not practice religion or anything anymore. When I was a kid, that was just, I was born a Protestant, so I would go to the Protestant equivalent, which was a little less about the Bible and all that. We were more having like philosophical conversations and all, but that might have been just the person who was running that class. Super cool guy, I remember him very well. Like, he was such very interesting conversations we had all the time. called it Sunday school. Yeah, I guess that would be the equivalent. Except for us, it was in the, you know, it was during the school week. And yeah, I mean, you know, my grandmother was a faithful Catholic, even though later in her life she, I think, started being a little more questioning about a lot of stuff. But for most of her life, she, you know, she would go to mass on the weekends and all those things, you know. And like for me, it was always like my experience, at least with a lot of Christians, was that, you know, most of them are not blind to science and evolution and the reality of existence, right? They're not, you know, they understand that faith doesn't imply you believe that humans were created by God and that the universe was literally created by a sort of like a humanized figure of God, right? It's more of a, you know, belief of a sort of greater meaning to existence, I guess, is the way I would put it. At least that was personally my experience with that. So I don't think the discovery of other alien civilizations and all that would have too much of a negative effect on that. I mean, it certainly begs new questions, you know, brings new questions to the table, but to me, it's not too different than discovering other cultures on the Earth and confronting your faith with theirs, right? And how do you reconcile the Christian faith with the Hindu faith or the Buddhist faith and all that, right? Like, I think it would be kind of the same thing, except on maybe a slightly greater level, I guess. Maybe so, Hobbs. Yeah, I'm not too experienced with the U.S. sort of Christianity, but yeah, no, that's an interesting thing, Fryer. And maybe the game, I don't know if the game will touch on that, maybe through Ashley as a character, right? Since she's the first one who really brings it up in the game. That's curious. That's an interesting topic of conversation. I think religion as a, you know, I think religion as a sort of phenomenon is super interesting. As a historical thing. Even if I'm not like a, you know, I don't practice religion myself, I think it's always something that fascinated me. Yeah, I don't remember how Dead Space touches on that. My memory of Dead Space is almost inexistent. I am looking forward to play the remake. Yeah, interesting. I think I'm gonna go with Of Course Not, with the hope that it's gonna land the right sort of nuance that I'm trying to find here. I could go, Not My Place to Judge would be safer, but I think Of Course Not has a better chance of hitting that perfect sort of spot that I'm trying to hit. Let's see.
Everyone has the right to believe what they want. Says so in the Alliance Charter.
Nice.
Only with fancier words.
I'm glad you're open-minded about it.
Perfect.
I've met a few people who are really weirded out by my faith. Because I work in space, I can't believe in a higher power? Jeez. Hello, have you people looked out the window? How can you look at this galaxy and not believe in something? I should get back to my duties. Didn't mean to take up so much of your time.
It's okay. I mean, she has a point there in the sense that, you know, without getting into the specifics of like Christian beliefs, but like I think that to myself sometimes when I think about like the universe and looking at existence as a whole. I find that it's just as hard to believe that there was no intention behind it than to believe that there was. Like, you know, it's such a mind-blowing thing in itself. I understand why it can, you know, it can feel sometimes like it had to come with intention, because it's such an incredibly fascinating and wonderful thing. What's up, Clip? But I mean, I guess that goes back to the idea that, to me, it's always kind of mind-blowing to think that, you know, I don't think my human brain can comprehend the idea that there's no beginning. There's no beginning to something. There's no, you know, it had to start somewhere. Like, that's what my brain wants to connect to. It had to start somewhere. But then, you know, why and how, and but conventional wisdom, you know, I think agrees that there was no real beginning or end to existence as a thing. So I'm agnostic. Scientism is also a sort of belief. Yeah, no, I mean, ultimately, I think that's true. Yeah, Friar, I agree with that. I remember when I was a little younger, I would often say that I don't think I'm religious, but I think I am spiritual in a way. I don't know how I feel about it at this point in my life. I haven't thought about it very much. But I think it might still apply, you know. And it's funny because I conflate that with a lot of the stuff I write about in my stories. There's a lot of like spiritual aspects to my stories. There's often like religion always often appears in my stories as well. But definitely spirituality is a huge thing. And I think, you know, I think it's something I like to think about. I don't necessarily, even though I'm sort of a very rational person, at least I think so, and I like science. I think science is amazing. I do feel like there might be a bunch of things that science can't explain or that we don't really understand, and maybe one day it can. Maybe it just feels sort of outside of the realm of science now because we haven't explained it yet, right? But yeah, I don't know. I like the idea that there could be something more that's not that you can't explain with science. I think there's a part of me that feels like it's presumptuous to think that science can and will explain everything, given enough time and resources, right? I also think maybe that's just me, as you know, maybe that's the writer in me, but I think it's more exciting, you know, if there's stuff that is not explainable. It makes for a better story for existence and life and all that, right? So I don't know. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think it's nice to be able. I go further. I think it's nice to be able to say I don't know and truly believe that. Like, I don't know, and that's okay. Not everything needs a scientific explanation. Not everything needs an answer. I don't need to have a. Like the afterlife, we just talked about that. The afterlife, I don't need to know if it exists or not. I don't think it really matters until I'm there or not, right? I think if you believe in it, then that matters to you. If you don't believe in it, then that matters to you. And me, I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I feel like I flip-flop on it. Because I think you can believe in the afterlife without making it a religious thing, for instance. There's plenty of other variants of, you know, the potential for an afterlife to be an actual thing without it being a religious explanation. So yeah, I don't know. I think it comes down to a lot of personal experiences as well. When I think about my grandmother, I hope that there's an afterlife and that she's out there somewhere, and maybe she found some answers to the questions she was asking herself her entire life, you know. I think that'd be nice. But I'm also okay with the idea that maybe there's not, you know. That's totally fine too. Going back to the void from whence we once came, you know, that's totally cool. Subnoger. I believe it. Yeah, no, I mean that there's no, you know, that's just me, who I am deep inside. I like sitting on the fence. I think it's because I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of the unknown. I'm not afraid of being like, I don't know, and that's okay. I don't need the answers. I like the questions better than the answers. I think that's part of why I fence it so much with all of this, right? It's because I don't feel like I need the answers. The question in itself is just more interesting. I think asking yourself the question and thinking about it is worth so much more than any answers you could come up with. I'm someone who's very comfortable in the uncertainty and the you know, the lack of answers. That's why I liked Lost so much, and a lot of people didn't. Because everyone was like, we didn't get the answers to all of this, and I was like, personally, I don't give a shit. I thought the questions were fun. I don't need the answers. Sometimes you can't explain things. That's fine. That's cool. That connects to what we were talking about earlier with, you know, I like when stories don't leave you with some unanswered stuff and leave you wanting more. Leaves things to the imagination. I think that's always so fucking cool. That's also why most of my stories that I write have open endings, inconclusive endings, which people hate me for. The questions, when I was on tour, convention tours and all that for my second novel, every time I had an interview or something, most of the questions that came from readers were about the ending of the book and what happened to one of the characters after the ending. And people would not believe that I didn't know. I was telling them I don't know. I didn't need to know. It's not part of the story. I don't need to know. The reader doesn't know, the characters don't know, I don't know. That's the way it should be. I have some, you know, if I were to write something that takes place after and I would need to know the answers to that, I could figure it out. But as it stands, I just don't know. And I always thought that was funny that a lot of readers had difficulty accepting that, as if, you know, that sort of myth that the writer knows everything, right? Like we're supposed to know everything, even the stuff that doesn't really matter, right? Maybe some writers do, but I'm definitely not part of those. I only know what's necessary for my story, and a little bit more, you know, about the lore and all that. But again, that's what's necessary to write it, I guess. But the fate of a character after the story, that's not, that doesn't serve any purpose, unless there's a sequel. You know. Oh well, it's my creative musings. How are we doing, Ashley?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Not sure I buy Dr. Tassoni's story about her and her mom not talking.
What a surprise.
They're family, right?
What a surprise. Ashley doesn't trust Liara. I believe her. Your family is tight. We'll watch her. I mean, yeah, your family is tight. Of course you don't understand, you know. Again, Ashley's main issue, and I think the cause of everything and all of her bad opinions, I don't think, and I'm starting to understand that the more I talk to her. And maybe I'm wrong, right? And please do not correct me or anything, because I don't want to know stuff that I don't know yet. But I don't think she's actually deeply prejudiced, like some people can be. I think she lacks empathy on a fundamental level. She might be a sociopath. And so I think she's projecting everything. She doesn't understand how Liara and her mom aren't talking because she has a tight family. She doesn't understand how other species could care about humans and try to protect them because, you know, she's seen how humans don't. That's what she knows because she was, you know, she grew up in the Alliance and, you know, they will all take care of themselves and all that. I don't know. I think she... Well, I'm in this case, I'm using, you know, I don't know about the actual detailed definitions, but for me, I'm using sociopath as lacking empathy in this case. I think she lacks empathy. She's very bad at putting herself in other people's shoes. And I think that's the cause of almost everything that her bad takes on a lot of things. I'm gonna go with your family is tight. I'm gonna put her nose in the poop thing. I don't know who says that, but...
Not everyone's as close to their family as you are.
Yeah, that's true. It's funny, I never
See?
really thought about that before.
See?
Too bad those ruins got destroyed. I mean, they lasted thousands of years. That's impressive.
See? She's like, I never thought about that before. Yeah. That blows my mind. I don't understand how you don't put yourself in other people's shoes. And you don't, you know, like, oh yeah, they're experiencing things in this way and this way. But I'm not gonna judge her, you know, that's fine. She knows what she knows and she's experienced what she experienced. But to me, that's sort of like... And I'm not saying I don't have any blind spots or stuff like that never happens to me, but this seems like a pretty obvious one. I don't know. Like, if I'm having a conversation about it, I'm gonna just try to at least somewhat put myself in someone else's shoes. Yeah, more ignorant and prejudiced. Yeah, I don't think it's deeply... That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't think it's deeply ingrained prejudice, which is better. It's not good, but it's better. It can be more easily... She could change her views more easily, I think. There's hope, is what I'm saying. Ultimately, what I'm saying, chat, is I can fix her. What's up, X? And then immediately after that, she's admiring old Prothean ruins. She's admiring alien technology. See, we're already making progress. I'm telling you, we're getting there.
We'll talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, Skipper.
Skipper.
Commander?
We'll talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, Skipper.
Beautiful. Wonderful. This was a productive conversation. Could log into Twitch for a good while because they think... I think they fingerprinted my ass for using Brave with an insane amount of ad blockers that I definitely did not use and do not endorse. That has me a little worried. I don't use Brave, but I do use ad blockers. And if I couldn't log into Twitch, that would be a little bit of a problem. Military doctrine. The Alliance military is of great concern to the galaxy. At first contact with the Turians, they were completely inexperienced. Turian disdain changed to respect after the relief of Shang-Chi, where the humans surprised them with novel technologies and tactics. The human devotion to understanding and adapting to modern space warfare stunned the Stade Council's races. The Stade? Council races? Stunned the Stade... What is Stade? Adjective. Someone or something that is serious, dull, calm, and slightly old-fashioned. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I learned a new word today. I've literally never seen that word before. Or if I've seen it, I didn't take note of it. Stayed. So like ancient, you know. Now we opened their eyes to some new approaches. Yes, stayed. What a good word. I like it. For hundreds of years, they had lived behind secure walls of long-proven technologies and tactics. The Council regards the Alliance as a sleeping giant. Less than 3% of humans volunteer to serve in their military, a lower proportion than any other species. Oh, that's interesting. So every other species is more war-oriented, I guess. Militaristic. While competent, Alliance soldiers are neither as professional as the Turians nor as skilled as the Asari. Their strength lies in fire support, flexibility, and speed. They make up for lack of numbers with sophisticated technical support, VIs, drones, artillery, electronic warfare, and emphasis on mobility and individual initiative. Yeah, that's humans, right? We're very adaptable. That's always the thing about humans in every fucking sci-fi story. Humans are the adaptable ones. They have tons of like various tactics and they're ready to change on a whim to, you know. Yeah. I always think that's an interesting trait, which, you know, I think it fits us. We are an adapting, you know, a very adaptive species. I would agree with that. I don't know why other species wouldn't, because I feel like it kind of goes hand in hand with life and survival. But, I mean, I guess that's a human way of looking at it. Yeah, shorter lifespan play into that often. That's true. Yeah. Their doctrine is not based on absorbing and dishing out heavy shocks like the Turians and Krogan. Rather, they bypass enemy strongpoints and launch deep into their rear, cutting supply lines and destroying headquarters and support units, leaving enemies to wither on the vine. I love that expression. On the fence, the human military is a rapid reaction force that lives by Sun Tzu's maxim: he who tries to defend everything defends nothing. Garrison are intended for scouting rather than combat, avoiding engagement to observe and report on invaders using drones. The token garrisons of human colonies make it easy for alien powers to secure them, for which the Alliance media criticizes the military. However, the powerful fleets stationed at phase-gate nexuses such as Arcturus are just a few hours or days from any colony within their sphere of responsibility. In the event of an attack, they respond with overwhelming force. Okay, pretty cool. Man, the lore in this game, it's so impressive. I cannot believe how much... I don't know, I'm curious. Don't tell me if you know, but I'm curious by the end of the game, or the trilogy, if it continues being... the Codex continues to carry on to the other games. I wonder how many words the Codex alone is composed of by the end of it all. Because it's adding real fast. Like every time we look at something, we get new entries. So it's pretty impressive. Yeah, I feel like you guys are talking about two very different things. I think the lack of internal monologue has nothing to do with any other particular psychological characteristic. It's just that you don't have an internal monologue. It's when you stop actively thinking, there's silence in your head, which sounds awesome. I think it was on Naz's channel like 2 days ago. There was a conversation about that. Someone linked an article about that very topic. I'm not sure. I didn't take the link, but someone was talking about their experience, and they were saying that when I stop actively thinking, there's just silence. I don't hear anything. There's nothing going on in my mind. It's very peaceful. And then the article concluded that by saying, unsurprisingly, that person sleeps very well, or sleeps like a baby, or whatever the expression was. And I'm like, man, this sounds awesome. Like being able to go to bed, just lie down, stop thinking, and nothing happens. You're not suddenly thinking about some fucking bullshit of like 5 years ago that's still on your mind, or getting anxious about something you have to do in 3 weeks. Like, that sounds like a dream. I wish, like, I was saying in Naz's chat, like, if someone is able to manufacture a pill that creates that on demand, they will make billions. Like a pill that only, no other side effects, no, like, you know, for no other purpose than just shutting the voices up. You would make a fortune if you were able to do that. Yeah, that blows my mind, White Wolf. I do not understand how that's possible. That's called Xanax. Well, but that's the thing, though. Xanax has other consequences, right? I don't want it to make me, you know, apathetic or lower my libido or whatever, right? I just wanted to shut down the voices when I need it. Well, yeah, you can be introspective while not having an internal monologue. You can not having an internal monologue doesn't prevent anything else. It just means that, you know, you have to find other ways to sort of process thoughts like other people do it, like just internally, right? But like I think Chipmunk said that. Like if yeah, I have you know, it's interesting. If aphantasia is a topic that comes up very often amongst writers. Because I have a bunch of friends that have aphantasia and, you know, like writer friends. And we talk about our writing processes and it's very different because of that. But they can still do exactly the same thing. They just have to use different, you know. For them, like reference pictures, for instance, are super useful when they create a world or stuff like that, right? They love making... One of them, for instance, and it's unique for everyone, but one of my friends that has aphantasia loves making like mood boards and you know, visual representation for the worlds that she's trying to create, and you know, getting that visual feedback, external feedback. For me, I don't need that. I can literally, I probably have the opposite, hyperphantasia. My imagination is extremely detailed and extremely precise. I don't need any external visual. I can imagine the thing in my head right now, like in great details. So, but at the end of the day, we're both able to do the same, you know, the same work. How are you, Malachaz? Have you tried asking them politely to be quiet? Oh yeah, they fight back very aggressively. It does, Vicarian, yeah. And also it, in my case, it contributes to some longer lasting trauma. Because unfortunately, some stuff that I've like experienced, like traumatic experiences that I may have had, I can replay a version of them like a movie in my head, sometimes without wanting to. It's not, and it's an interesting thing because it's not like, and that's the worst part probably, it's not like a what's it called, eidetic memory. Like it's not like a perfect, you know, like I don't have like a perfect visual memory like some people have. No, it's a recreated version. It's like a fictional version of what I went through, which is most likely worse than what actually was because of the trauma and the, you know, so it you know, it's kind of a problem. It's kind of a problem. because it doesn't come from like the memory of the actual event. It comes from the emotions that I remember about the thing. Like, oh, this event was so, you know, hurtful for me. I don't remember exactly what happened or whatever, but I remember it was, you know, and then my brain sort of like imagines the rest of it because it's trying to find, you know, an explanation of like what exactly happened. Why was it that bad? Like, what did I do wrong or whatever, right? And so I'm like recreating a whole fictional version of that in my brain. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, Chipmunk? You know, for me, it's like for me, reading a book is two things at once. Like, I have the sort of, I read slowly and I appreciate the words, and I have like the sort of internal narrative voice and then the characters' voices and all that. And then on top of that layer of appreciating the language and all those things, because that's the sort of the creative writer part that you know does that. Then there's the film is playing in my brain, right? In very great details, and it's sort of happening in you know, in a staggered way, you know, not exactly at the same time. I think is quite interesting. It's like I'm like reading the script first, and I'm imagining the voices and all that, and then you know, I'm a director in my brain. I'm putting it to film. It's a very interesting process. It also means I read books pretty slowly. I'm not a fast reader. I mean, I can if I need to. Like, if I read an article or something that's pure, like non-fiction, I can read pretty fast. But when I read fiction, I like taking my time with it. I can't even rotate a cow in my mind. That's interesting. I just did. I just did it because you made me think of rotating a cow in my mind. In fact, I rotated it in both ways. First, you know, like that, but then also feet up. And now the cow is mewing because it, or whatever the word is, because it's on its back and it can't turn around like a turtle, which doesn't make sense. That's not how cows work, but... So I should flip it again. Save the cow that was struggling in my brain. It's from an old internet quote. If you're ever bored, you can simply close your eyes and rotate a cow in your mind. It's free and the police will stop you. Yeah, face blindness is something that I cannot relate with. I have very good facial memories, I think. I will struggle to place, like, sometimes I can see someone and I'm like, I know I've seen you before, 100%. I just can't remember why, how, what context, what's your name. Unless it's someone, I don't have a problem with names, but if it's someone I've like seen once, but it could be someone I saw once, I don't know, randomly in a crowd, and I for some reason noticed their face, because maybe I thought they were beautiful or unique or anything, right? Notable in any way. I will remember them like 20 years later. I could see the face and be like, I've seen you somewhere. But absolutely no memory of context or anything. But I remember, like, you know, I would remember the face pretty well. Like, it's I can remember faces, like just this conversation now, I've had 3 different faces pop in my mind of people I knew in high school. I don't even remember their names. But I remember there were people I, you know, hung out with a little bit in high school. That was like, you know, almost 30 years ago at this point. So I don't, you know, but I remember their face. But that's when it becomes interesting is, do I actually remember their face? Or is it going back to the hyperphantasia I was talking about? Which is, I'm making up a fictional version of their face based on what I think I remember. Because that's another thing as well, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Chipmunk. I don't know exactly how you would define that. Face blindness. But I do know some people struggle to, like, even if they, you know, they know you, they've met you a few times, they would struggle to recognize your face in, like, a random crowd, for instance, at a glance. Like, if you stop in front of them and you're like, hey, it's me, Daniel, for them one time, they're like, oh yeah, I remember. But like, if they walked and I was in a crowd, they could like look at me for a sec and just not recognize me. I always thought was like, I mean, it's, again, the diversity of human experience. What a crazy thing. What a crazy thing. All right, let's see. Let's do a very quick go over the equipment. Do we have another heavy armor? We do. Oh no, we changed it already. Yeah. Oh, actually, I'm pretty sure I did. I did some of that equipment adjustment already the other day. Didn't I? Yeah. I feel like we've already mostly went over the equipment. I'm just gonna do like a quick peek, at least for the main items, and then we'll make our way to the galaxy map. Because I think we're done talking to everyone. It was a lot of conversations tonight. Jesus. I hope that was, you know, if not super entertaining because of the game, at least you guys enjoyed the conversations. I think high caliber on a shotgun sounds like a good idea. Shebang. Oh, I have to look at Liara's equipment. That is exciting. I just noticed she has a locker now. Look at that. What do you have, Liara? How about you get a Banshee assault rifle? I don't know what kind of character you're gonna be. I haven't seen your stats yet. We're just gonna give you some good equipment all across the board. You don't strike me as a sniper, so I'll give you a... Oh, you have... Oh, she's a biotic. Yes, I think there was a vague mention of that. She can wear human armors? Well, okay, that makes sense, I guess. They have a pretty much a human body, proportion-wise, right? Unlike the other races. That's cool. I didn't think about that. They can wear human armors. Huh. Yeah, I think a light armor would probably be fine. With cooldown reduction. If she's gonna be a sort of mage type character. I wonder how different she is from Kaiden then, if she's a biotic as well. That's an interesting thought. Have a good one, Chipmunk. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you.
Looking for supplies?
She even looks like a woman, yeah.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
I need to watch The Boys eventually, now that you are mentioning Egg. I've never... Oh my god, I have so much money! What the fuck? Where did that come from? Okay, we were struggling to even make like $100 back on the Citadel, and suddenly now I'm rich. I did not even realize our money was just skyrocketing like that. That's pretty insane. I mean, stuff is still extremely expensive, but at least money's going up. That's good. Rex sold his balls. I mean, it is the right amount. It is the right amount, yeah. About 40. We have about 40k more than what I expected. So last time I checked, we were at around 10k. So I guess we need to go talk to Rex and ask him if his balls are still fine. Rex?
Shepard?
Rex?
I don't know. That armor seems quite tight down there, doesn't it? I don't know. I don't even know if that's where the balls are. Hold on. What if the balls are on their back and that's why it's so big and protected? I mean, they're like a frog-like type of creature, right? Like a... What would be... Hold on. What would be the English word for this? Amphibian. Oh. That's weird. Because in French we have batracien, which is like the frogs are batraciens, right? But then we also have the word amphibien, which is not the same. Not quite the same thing. But batracien translates to amphibian. I don't know, I'm a little confused. That's English, French differences sometimes. Lick him, maybe he'll begin to trip. It's a Barrakin. I don't want to lick Rex for now. Maybe Socia. I don't know. The big boy. I'm not sure. Hey, maybe we'll learn where the balls are one day. Alright, we've done conversation with everyone. We've cleared everything. We're good on equipment. It is time to check our map and make a battle plan. We're still around Therum. Let's see. Let's zoom out. Okay, main missions, Pharos, Noveria, and that's Asteroid X57. I still don't know, because we don't have a mission for this. I'm still thinking it might be a DLC thing. Because it's marked, but we don't really... We have to go back to the Citadel at some point too. Because we have a few things to clear over there. Maybe we do a return trip real quick to the Citadel, clear up the things we have, talk to... because who knows, maybe then, you know, maybe there's a subsequent quest that leads us to Pharos or around it. And then we have the Argos Row cluster, which is here. Okay. Pharos or Noveria first? I don't know. Let's see. Hold on. The Noveria says the council has received report of Geth interest in corporate research on Noveria. Oh yeah, I remember reading about Noveria in the Codex. It was that planet where corporations were doing some secret research and all that. Very mysterious. I'm excited to go there. Pharos. The Geth have attacked the world of Pharos. Your primary objective is to go to the Zeus Hope colony to investigate what Saren is after. Okay, so they're attacking Pharos. That sounds more urgent. If I'm just looking at it from, you know, like a urgency sort of meter, this feels more urgent than that. Interest versus attack, right? Lopes, dude, I was talking about you yesterday, Lopes, or the day before. How are you doing? You can ride my stash whenever you want. In any way you want. Talking shit? No. I was mentioning... Remember when you were playing Fear and you were talking about all the debris? There's you remember? Okay, cool. When you explore planets in this game, you can find debris here and there, and I was pronouncing it debris just because I always, since your Fear run, I always pronounce that word debris. And people were making fun of me because of that pronunciation. I was like explaining it was intentional, you know? And apparently a bris is like a circumcision ceremony, so it started becoming weird. But yeah, that's so funny. Well, the memories we make along the way, Lopes. I hope you're doing good, dude. Okay, so I think, yeah, the Geth attack, although I also do want to take on those, that's in the Kepler Verge, and that's in the Argos Rho cluster. Okay, so Pharaohs first, as far as main mission goes. Yeah, still trying, Lopes, still trying. We'll see, we'll see. We'll see for how long, but for now I'm here. So we want to go to Pharaohs. The Kepler Verge is further than that, so that's probably not going to be a priority. What I think we'll do is we go back to the Citadel to clear some stuff. And then on the way to Pharaohs, we'll stop at Argos Rho. And we'll try to look at Rex's armor, if we can find it. And then go to Pharaohs. And then after Pharaohs, maybe we take a little detour towards the Kepler Verge. I don't know, there's so many side quests, man. But I think, yeah, I think Citadel into Argos Rho for Rex's armor, and then Pharaohs. Seems like a good idea. I think. Barely even watch these days. Yeah, I've been watching less Twitch myself, I feel, lately. But I've been playing a bunch of multiplayer video games, which is unusual for me, but I've been on big multiplayer kick for the past few months at this point. But hey, I'm glad you're out there living life. You're probably doing what all of us should do. But if everyone did, I would be even poorer than I am now. So I'm thankful that some of you just spend time here and support the channel. I appreciate that. You're on a Magic kick? Oh, no, I stopped playing Magic last year. Uninstalled Arena. I think I'm done with Magic forever. Probably not. You always go back, right? But for now I am. No, I've been on a extraction shooter kick for a while. I've played a bunch of Arc Raiders, some Escape from Tarkov. I've been playing a lot of Marathon lately, which I'm really enjoying. And just as of yesterday, I've been wanting to play more BRs for whatever reason. I played Fortnite for the first time yesterday. It was an experience. Other than that, I played League last year quite a bit. I got back into League last year. I still want to play more of League, but I just don't have enough time. Yeah. Did a 6-year-old wreck you? No, I'm pretty sure Therma that both games that I played, I'm pretty sure were bot lobbies, because I was a brand new player, and I won both games. That's why I think they were bot lobbies, because I won both games with no clue what I was doing. So, first 2-3 games are bot lobbies. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I fully expected based on what I saw. So. I also wonder what the leveling in Fortnite is even here for, because I think I got to level 16 in 2 games. Makes leveling kind of meaningless. Yeah, Lopes, for me the thing was, what made me stop playing Magic was when they started adding Universes Beyond in Standard. That was the final nail in the coffin for me. Mostly for 2 reasons. One of them is it's too expensive. I can't keep up. If I play, if I'm playing Magic, I'm playing Magic. I'm getting new sets, I'm getting cards, I want the, meta decks, and I want to be able to craft whatever. Like, And so I would buy a bunch of boxes for every new set for Standard, right? But now Universes Beyond, like 6 or something sets a year, that's way too expensive for me. I cannot afford that. And the second part is, I don't like Universes Beyond in Standard. For me, Standard was always sort of the canon of MTG, right? I like Universes Beyond as a concept. I think it's great to bring new people in the game by you know, doing those crossovers and all that. But I always liked that Standard was there to be sort of the canon. It was the lore, it was the story, you know, like you stay true to what the unique Magic world and lore and all of that. And now that's not the case anymore. And I feel like it dilutes the, you know, it ends up hurting MTG's lore and world and story. Because more money is invested into making more UB sets, and of course that means less is invested into making more unique characters and like continuing the lore and the story. And I'm sure they're still doing it, but for me it feels like it dilutes the whole thing a little bit, you know. Again, like I think it's super cool that UB is a thing. I think it's great that you can do that in more you know, I'm not using the word in like a derogatory way, but like the more casual modes like Commander and all that. I think it's great that you can have all those crazy characters, and it's super cool for players that just want to have fun with a bunch of you know, fun crossover cards and all that. But yeah, Standard, that's what for me that's what I thought Standard was. It was the canon. And yeah, it pains me a little bit that it diluted into this you know, sort of pop culture thing that every game seems to do these days. Yeah, that's true, Parakin. Standard's crazy. Like, yeah, Standard being a turn 3, turn 4 format is just insane. But But yeah, I think more games, you know, I think in a way I would have the same issue about Fortnite. But Fortnite I think was built around that idea of like it is sort of pop culture, the battle royale, right? Which sort of like that's what its identity is. It's not like Fortnite had a particularly interesting personal lore to begin with, so I think that's fine, right? But like games like Monster Hunter or Tekken or all those games starting to do crossovers, to me that's just like you lose the uniqueness of their world. I don't want every game to become a pop culture mishmash. I don't want Tekken to be the pop culture, the fighting game, MTG to be pop culture, the card game. You know, make your own fucking game. Everything becoming a crossover is just, to me, it's killing me. Like it's making everything lose its uniqueness. I think there's definitely some, like, artistically speaking, we're losing something in that process, and that hurts me a little bit. Because it becomes less about the, you know, we're creating an interesting world and characters and stories. It becomes more about, hey, what franchise can we, you know, absorb to sell more fucking cosmetics. But yeah, Primus. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but at least, you know, sort of the game didn't become sort of, I mean, I don't know much about Fortnite, maybe I'm wrong, right? But to me it's different. Like the game sort of finally found its audience and its identity through that, you know, pop culture sort of phenomenon, right? Unlike MTG, who has an established history that suddenly we're diluting and losing, right? Yeah, a lot of people have mentioned Yakuza. I don't know. It's a bit... If I'm going to play Yakuza, I'm going to start with, the beginning of the series, I think. And it's a little daunting. Those seem like very long games. Yeah. Honestly, you know, Lopes, yeah, I can see that being a thing. If I... Yeah, but it's still like, you know, I understand that it's like a sort of new line, I guess. It's still, to me, it's still like the same series of games, because I don't think Japan makes a difference. I mean, I get that there's a new protagonist and everything, a new arc, but in Japan it's the same series. All the games are called Like a Dragon. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, Lopes, is if I could pick, if I was to play my dream BR right now, if I was to play one, would be OG Warzone. Warzone, when it first started, it was so clean. The graphics were, you know, like toned down, realistic. It had that sort of military vibe to it. But that game doesn't exist anymore. Now Warzone has become, you know, also like a pop culture mishmash of like colorful skins and all that, and you can't do solos anymore. You're forced into teams. I want solos, man. So yeah, OG Warzone is what I would play right now. But it's not available anymore. Oh well. I have played I've streamed the first couple of episodes of the of the first Kingdom Come game. Yeah, we had like 3 or 4 streams. It wasn't for me. It was. I think I would like playing that game off stream. On stream, it was just a little too diluted. Again, one of those open world things that just sort of fails to have enough direction and momentum for me. I think I would enjoy maybe playing it off stream, yeah, and just chilling in the world, but I don't know, yeah. There were also a lot of things in the game that made me sort of like, felt like it was fighting against my sense of immersion. Some of the mechanics were kind of janky in a way that broke my immersion. Yeah, I don't know, not a huge fan of Kingdom Come, but eventually, maybe. Alright, so, again, to go back over the plan, we go back to the Citadel, we clear a few things we have to do there. Although, maybe I should wait. Because I don't want to do back and forth to the Citadel all the time. But some quests require me to go there. I'm just not sure. Maybe there's other quests that would require me to go there? I don't know how much back and forth I want to do, is the problem. Although I guess every major mission after that we go back to the Citadel. Maybe that's the plan. But hold on, let me take my notes. So mission order. Back to the Citadel for clearing. To... Argos Row, I think it was. To Argos Row. I think we have several missions there, and then Pharos. I think that's the order. Yeah, that was this one, Unusual Readings. While on the Citadel, you uncover an Alliance patrol report. One of the patrols mentions some strange activity in the Hydra system. Is that the one where... No, it just says the Argos Row cluster. Not very precise. Okay. But yeah, I think that's the plan. I think that's the plan. Citadel, Argos Row, Pharos. How does that sound? I think that sounds pretty good. But that ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. We did not even leave the ship tonight. That was crazy. The fact that the entirety of tonight was literally just us in the ship having conversations with characters is pretty impressive. Even for me, that's a pretty slow pace. I don't hate it though. I kind of like it. I think it's cool. I think it's cool that the game can just have that sort of slow story, character-driven sort of vibe to it. For me, that's super fun. Super fun. Yeah. Just a good, you know, we can imagine, like, we can headcanon this into, you know, we're recovering the ship, you know, after the escape with Joker, we need the ship to, you know, release its drive charge, or we need to, oh, just a cool little bit of R&R before the next big mission, right? I think it works well. I think it gives a good pace to the whole adventure. Yeah, we'll see. I'll have to figure out if I want to go to the Citadel before, or if I want to do more missions and then return to the Citadel when we have a whole bunch of stuff to do there, maybe, right? That's something I need to decide. Just a matter of pacing. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Mass Effect. I appreciate you, Lopes, of course. Have you played have you played Blueprints? Have you played Disco Elysium? You need to get into those games if you haven't, Lopes. Love Disco, hell yeah. If you haven't played Blueprints, I don't know if it's gonna be for you, like it's very, you know, puzzle, brain heavy, but good game. Maybe one of my favorite games ever, top 3, and definitely, in my opinion, the best designed video game I've ever seen. Just on pure like game design. And some of the best soundtracks I've ever heard. Silk Song came out and deterred you? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Anyway. Yeah, that's about it, guys. Make sure to follow the channel if you haven't done so. Make sure to join the Discord if you want to know exactly when I'm going live on any given day. I usually start, my starting time, it's usually like a 30-minute window in which I start. Sometimes, like today, I'm a little even later. I tend to not be later than 30 minutes. Tonight I had to, a few things to deal with in real life, so I was a little later. But yeah, definitely join Discord if you want to know exactly when I'm going live. But yeah, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.